Shepperton Lodge. 7 is Arlan. 8 is Al Mukhtar. 9 is Moonshiner. 10, Dubai Welcome. 11 is Deciduous. Wait till Deciduous gets back on the turf. I'll tell you about that later. 12 is Poster Paint, and that completes the lineup. I had enough goes at supporting Deciduous last season.
I'll give you a credit, Rishi. You were a loyal man. You were a loyal man.
Well, thank you. Let's have a look at Poster Paint and Shepperton Lodge involved in the race here at the back end of last season. Again, it was on the turf. Poster Paint, he's a really interesting horse because I think mark-wise, he can win off this mark. But sometimes I'm not entirely certain I can trust him. I don't know if I've been too harsh.
No, you're spot on. I've got him on top here in this race, but I don't know how many more times you can probably be burned by him before he joins the Deciduous camp and gets the life ban. But the thing about Poster Paint is that he has got great form for this grade of racing on the turf and also on the dirt. He's a versatile horse who runs an honest race but is never able to capitalise and be the winner. Yeah. So that's always the concern. But again, there's been indications that Poster Paint will be fit enough for this performance. Had he drawn a gate, I would have been much more confident, but I'm sticking with him even though I'm concerned on the back end that we're going to see the Poster Paint we always do, looms up at the 200 and unfortunately drops away. But yeah, it's one of those races with 55 kilos coming into this event. He's weighted to run a good race, and I think at weights and measures, he gets his chance here. And it's one of those races, Rishi. I just couldn't make a case for anything else in the race to say, okay, well, if Poster Paint doesn't run a good race, who beats him? And there's nothing here that has jumped out of the page. Maybe Magic Petition and Izaj. Ahmed bin Hamish has had a great run of getting his horses going early in the season. We've seen horses like Al Jadaf and other runners in the yard really fire early in the season. Maybe we see that from them tonight. But they're the outside of Poster Paint. They were the only two I could make a case for. If Poster Paint gets any luck from the gate, I think we'll see him in the finish. Whether he wins, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I couldn't trust Poster Paint, I took a tentative selection for book review. I like the last 2 runs last season. At the back end of last season, finished 2nd here in February, and then the final run actually wasn't too bad, even though he finished in 7th. He was caught out a little bit wide. So I'm hoping that he can go forward from stall 6. But of course, for Poster Paint, Tiger Shea has again got an awkward draw on the outside. He'll be tested tonight, Tiger Shea, as he tries to defy a few different awkward draws on the outside. Okay, let's move on and talk about the next race, race number 5. One of the best races of the evening. This indeed is the feature, the Emirates Airline Handicap, and a really good field lining up for this, headed by Mount Kosciuszko. 2 is Arabic Legend, 3 is Cupid's Dream, 4 Quality Humour, 5 is Kalidasa, 6 Lasudud, 7 is Laresh, 8 Al Jadaf. These are horses and names that we know quite well. And of course, Pat's already referred to number 9, Adagato Gozemazu, 10 is Maiden Dubai, 11 Injazati, 12 Smart System, and 13 Million Doro. Let's have a look at Cupid's Dream, who's one of the leading fancies for the race, a race that also involves Mount Kosciuszko from Valentine's Day.
Yeah, look, it was a race where Cupid's Dream, fate suggested that Cupid's Dream was going to pull out all the sticks and win, and that's exactly what we saw with Silvestre de Souza going on to win on the Son of Dubawi. It was a nice performance, but the horse had racing heading into that event, and one could suggest that he got better as he got into his preparation and got more fit. My concerns are, and I'm going to be honest, I respect William Pereira as a jockey. He's made his way over from Argentina. He's a very successful rider in South America. This is his first meeting riding here at Meydan, and you're coming up against a Dubai World Cup winning rider who's on a very logical chance in Arabic Legend. You've got Pat Dobbs, who's jumping aboard Mount Kosciuszko, and Bernardo Pineiro's run at this track many, many times as well. So, look, Cupid's Dream's got every chance, but is also saddled up by or piloted by a rider who is very much learning about Meydan here tonight on a race night. So that sort of turned me off a little bit. Mount Kosciuszko has got very, very good stats. He's the highest rated horse, but has to lug a lot of weight. I'm, as a result, in the corner of Arigato Gozaimasu. I think there was a nice... look, it's not a play we see all too often here in the UAE where a trainer will double nom, double accept and cop the penalty financially to choose the race that you want to go in. Has decided to head to the mile race here, which I think is more winnable, considering that the filly's not coming up against Dark Saffron in the first race.
Yes.
But 1600 is a pretty tough starting point for a filly who we know had a nice Oaks campaign, didn't unfortunately win the Oaks, but gave sights as the biggest threat to Queen Azteca last season. I'd like to see Arigato Gozaimasu, even though we'll see her improve with fitness, head straight to the front from 4 and do what she always tries to do and run them into the ground, because I think there's a lot of horses here that are using this as a stepping stone forward and won't be at full fitness or looking to capitalise here. Arigato Gozaimasu's racing pattern suggests that that's what will happen, and I've got her leading all the way.
Well, I think it's a really exciting race, exactly what you're saying. I think she will go forward. She threatened to be a very good filly. She didn't quite live up to the early expectation after her win here early on in the season. So I hope she runs really well, and I can see her doing that. But I'm hoping she does go forward. Cupid's Dream, when he made his return last season, I thought he travelled. I mean, that was over 10. And he travelled like the winner all the way through and then just fell in a hole. Maybe it's the fact he needed that first run and he dropped back in trip to a mile. And I'm thinking, I'm taking the chance that our Argentinian friend that we welcomed to Meydan for a first ever meeting, William Pereira, can get off the mark with Cupid's Dream, if not before. Or indeed after.
Yeah, correct.
So,
Well, it's a wonderful race. It's going to be good. And you know that, as you said, there's going to be that pace element in the race. So for horses that do get back and are looking to run on, if they have that fitness there, it's going to be quite an honest... Everything's going to get their chance is the best way to describe it.
One of the leading contenders in that race is Mount Kosciuszko, trained by Julio Olascuaga. And he's been chatting to Laura King, looking ahead to the season.
First of all, very healthy looking barn, lots of lovely new horses. How are you feeling ahead of the season with a month to go?
Thank you, Laura, for your visit. Yes, looking forward for the season and happy that horses are doing well and preparing the best that we can for the new season here.
And you've had quite a lot of support from Sky Racing in particular. Any of those that you're particularly looking forward to?
Yes, we're happy to have Sky Racing on board with us again, one more year. And they've been supporting us a lot. We had good results for them last season, so it's good that they bring us some new horses. They have some nice two-year-olds also coming over, and some of the other horses are doing well, especially Expert Choice, Mount Kosciuszko, that they were running well last season.
Mount Kosciuszko was very unlucky on one occasion, wasn't he? And he should have a bit more to offer.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about that race. But yes, it's a horse that at the beginning probably we were thinking that he was going to stay 2,000 meters or even a little bit further. We also thought that he was going to run well on turf, but actually he's been telling us that no, he prefers to run over a mile, so probably we'll start there with him.
Interesting. Expert Choice obviously proved he was very adept around Meydan last year. You must be looking forward to getting him back.
Yes, Expert Choice is a quite tricky horse to train and to ride and to race. I think he will perform this season also really well. The only thing that he will miss Jim Crowley, that get along really well with him.
And a couple of two-year-olds as well for Sky Racing, including Heart of Libya and Tajarid, the filly that you seem to quite like.
Yes, Jarid and Heart of Libya are doing well. Happy with them. I think both will run early in the season. They seem like they will be ready soon. Probably they will do a trial next week or maybe in 2 weeks. But yeah, they're doing fine.
When did they arrive?
They arrived 2 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've had plenty of time to get the hang of them and really get them moving.
Maybe not plenty of time, but yeah, they're very straightforward colts and fillies, so probably they will be ready early.
And a new one for you from Sky Racing is Comet Chaser, who again showed quite a lot of promise last year.
Yeah, exactly. Comet Chaser is a horse that we were following his campaign last season, and we was recommended also by Faucinas, and so we recommended to buy this horse for Sky Racing, and we're quite happy that he's with us this season. He's been training really well, so we're just waiting for the turf to open in Meydan to give him a try there.
And also for Sky, Don Vaccaro?
Don Vaccaro, yes, was a horse that we were expecting a lot from him last season. Didn't perform in Meydan, but then towards the end of the season he had some good races in Jebel Ali. I think he liked the hill, so probably we'll start him there. It's a horse that I'm expecting that he will be a nice contender maybe for Jebel Ali Mile or for some of the good races there.
Yeah, that'll be nice. And for some of your older owners, Namfreak and Natan are back. And for the same owners, Satu, I thought ran a great race last year.
Yes, Las Monjitas has been a great supporter, and they're really looking forward to have some nice runners here. Satu did a really good race last season, and Namfreak, we believe that he will turn the page from the bad season that he had last season. Some of the 2-year-olds, they take a little bit of time to adapt, and I think that will be a case of Namfreak because he's been training extremely well.
And a couple of champs from South America, including Gustino. It's good that he stayed with you, because I think at one point there might have been a plan to go elsewhere.
Yes, there was a plan to take Justino overseas, but luckily the owners, they decided to keep him here for one more try in Meydan, and we're really looking forward for him. He's a top class horse, Group 1 winner, so I think he will also perform this year.
Another one that we haven't seen the best of, Go Chrome Go. He's an interesting horse.
Yes, Go Chrome Go was a really unlucky horse, and so we are taking him here very slowly and trying to find his way back. Luckily, he had a really good summer. He had some issues before, but it looks like it's all in the past, and looking forward to start him in Meydan as well.
And another new one that's coming to you, I think, from Europe, Rod de France. What can you tell us about him?
Well, France has really interesting races back in the UK. He just arrived to the UAE, so it will take a little bit of time to adapt and to start, to get going. But it's a horse that he maintains his form that he had back in the UK. Will be a nice horse for here for the UAE.
And you seem very happy this year that you've got a good team of horses, but even more importantly, a good team of staff.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really proud of the team that we have, that we make. I have really very good grooms and very good riders. So that will be, I think that's the key from the results from our team.
Well, let's move on and talk about our penultimate race, race number 6, and this is a handicap over 6 furlongs. And this is, I felt, one of the hardest races to solve. It's the Emirates Holidays Handicap, and it's headed the field by Action Point, who is one of the leading contenders on the international markets. Roadblock, Border Edge, Bark Al Emirat, Sunny Street, Al Muzzen, who's been pretty consistent, La Juge, Sarim, number 8, 9 is Dukedom, 10, My Kind of Day, and 11 is Batran. So Al Muzzen and Action Point are 2 horses at the top of the market. Let's deal with Action Point, who finished ahead of a few rivals, Bark Al Emirat, Roadblock, and Sunny Street. As we look back at this run from March, is this the leading contender, your leading fancy for this?
Not really. I'm going with Al Muzzen here in this event. I mean, there's a lot of horses in this race who have seen Meydan plenty of times before. Yeah. They're stalwart contenders. We see them on a constant basis through the season. Just real honest campaigners who are able to constantly go around for their connections. I mean, Action Point, we see him a lot. Bark Al Emirat, he will win a race or 2 this season. Sure. Without doubt whatsoever. He's a very honest campaigner. Goes very, very good. But look, I'm leaning towards Al Muzzen. Salman Al Sabri has got a great record of getting horses fit early in the season. He's had good success both here and also at Jebel Ali in the last few seasons, ever since I've been here at least. And as a result, I think the way that I've done form here tonight, whether it's successful or not, in my picks, is going back through the statistics and figuring out who are the trainers who have got their horses ready to fire here from meeting 1 and who are ready to capitalise. Salman Al Sabri fits that bill. I like the fact that Silvestre de Souza jumps aboard the horse. He has had success with the stable riding last year as well. That's confidence in itself that Al Muzzen is going to be fit enough. He has to overcome a slightly wide draw, as are a lot of my top selections tonight, but that seems to be the theme. And yeah, look, I'm in the corner of Al Muzzen here. I like Roadblock, Border Edge, Bark Al Emirat. They will have their day in the sun this season, but I think they might need a few runs before we see their best.
Well, I'm going to go with Roadblock because I think the fact that he has had a run might just give Roadblock a little bit of an edge. I think if this race had been run with the same runners a little further down the line, I would be with Al Muzzen, maybe Border Edge. But I think given the fact that he has had a run at Jebel Ali earlier this month, that just gives him a little, I can imagine he can get out and be aggressive. Connor Beasley can certainly do that from stall 7. So that was a tentative selection.
Yep. It's one of those races though. It's very open, as is most of the races here on the back end of the program. As we get into these handicaps, it makes very, very difficult to try and solve the puzzle. But that's why we're here, to try and give our best. But at the end of the day, most of the time, it's just better to avoid what we've tipped.
Okay, that's honesty, and I'm with Pat on that. One more race to preview, and that's the finale. It's due off at 9 o'clock, and again, it's a handicap over a mile. And this is also very competitive. The Emirates Skywards handicap. It's over 1,600 metres in the field, headed by Darkstream, Gamekeeper, Global Asset, Narato, Exculpation, Perfect Balance, Military Artist. 8 is Toll Mount. 9 Trip to Rome, and 11 Nastasi. Now, Gamekeeper started off last season pretty well, and if we look back at his win roughly about 12 months ago, where Trip to Rome and Tollman are in behind, then I think Gamekeeper reproducing this sort of effort would have a big chance tonight.
100%. The horse clearly on top here if you're looking for runners that fire early and runners that are usually fit and ready to go right at the death knock. Gamekeeper's form in recent seasons has suggested that he's always ready to go from that first up run, and that's what I expect to see from him tonight. I think Sky Racing hold the key here in this race. Gamekeeper has been an absolute stalwart for them this season. Again, off the rating of 77, has every chance to win. Wide draw, a little bit of a concern. I went against Gamekeeper here, second pick, but as I said, Sky Racing hold the key. I went with Narato. Yeah. I thought the ace draw, this horse, unlike Gamekeeper, who is a consistent and honest campaigner at this 60 to 80 company, is coming up against Narato, who started his career overseas in South America, came across here to the UAE, was contesting some seriously strong races as he first started and got here. Obviously wasn't to be, but he is coming down into this grade and is looking to kick off. You know, he comes into this race as a horse who's had 9 starts for 4 minor placings, but has been running in much, much higher races than this, and this looks a nice race for him to go on and win. I know Julio Olajuara is very confident that this is his best chance of the night, and again, as I said before with Al Muzin as well, Silvestre de Sousa's booked to ride. That's confidence in itself that the horse is ready to fire and should be giving a sight. But yeah, Sky Racing, great hand in the race. I'm going to go against Gamekeeper though here and think Narato, that one with the same owners, is going to potentially spoil the party here. Did you go Gamekeeper?
I went Gamekeeper.
There we go.
Sky Racing.
Okay, so here we go. So one or the other.
Sky Racing. Brief word though about Darkstream, the Danish challenger, doing the research for today's racing. A new racecourse, Klampenborg, in Denmark, wasn't one that I was that familiar with, so had a brief look at it. Best of luck to Darkstream, but trying to work out how that form fits in here. This horse has got to carry top weight in it. It's going to be a bit of a challenge.
It is. It's very, but that's the wonderful thing about the UAE. We're a melting pot of form here when we get into the season, especially. We've got horses coming from Scandinavia who are looking to escape the winter. We've got horses coming from Europe. We'll see horses making their way over from the US and various other parts of the world. But we are going to have so many races this year where we're trying to line up this form. Yeah. Same with the Russian horses and the Kazakhstani horses that we've had here in the last couple of seasons. Yeah. Will the form line up, and how strong are the races when you put them together? But yeah, look, I think we're going to learn a lot more about Darkstream tonight. Not only the form lines, but also as a horse who's never touched the dirt before in his life.
Absolutely. Lots of interesting angles to Darkstream. Okay, let's just confirm our thoughts with the selections, and I will go first, seeing that I think overall I finished last in the list of selections from last year. I've gone for Dark Saffron in the opener, not a surprise. Hidden Secret, first time on the dirt, 6-speed to make a winning debut officially. Book Review to try and go forward. Cupid's Dream, probably my strongest selection of the evening in race 5. 3 Border Edge in the penultimate race, and in the last race I'm going for number 2, Gamekeeper, who I'm quite keen on as well.
So we've got a couple who line up, but there's been sort of a couple of races there where we've got 2 selections and we've sort of gone either side of the coin. Dark Saffron for me in the first, I think that's pretty convincing. Grey Boss is going to have to be good from the wide draw, but trials suggest will be good. 6-speed, I think, look, Dark Saffron for the overseas players, it's a thrill seeker's price, but Dark Saffron into 6-speed, that could be the double for the night. Poster Paint, hopefully get some luck from the draw. Arigato Gozaimasu, hopefully making all the running from the front. Al Muzin and Narato, hopefully Silvestre de Sousa can snaffle up a late double on the card.
Exciting night ahead of us, Pat. I'm looking forward to it. Faces at the races as well.
Or that's your we know that you're on the flight. That's at the top of your list of things you're
thinking of a slow build through the evening, because there are 4 faces of the races, the last coming after the last race. So do stick around for that if you can. Pat, thank you very much. Have a great evening up in the commentary box. We mentioned through our chat that a trainer who's got a very good hand this evening is Ahmad bin Amash. Of course, he finished off last season by winning the Dubai Golden Shaheen with Dark Saffron, who runs tonight. And Ahmad bin Amash has been in conversation with Laura King.
So, Ahmed, we have to start with congratulations, because what a brilliant season you had last year. Are you still like on cloud 9?
Thank you very much. And no, I don't think, because we have a new season now. But thanks first for the owners, the ones support me always, and they give me the chance to buy for them new horses every year from US. Same this year for Mr. Mohammed Subusi, Sultan Subusi, Abdullah Manahi, Sky Racing, and Sheikh Jum'a also. The good thing, they give you the support and they know you are choosing. And I'm so happy because the horse is the one we bought from the sales. They are doing very well in Emirates. I think with the future we are going to get a better and better. And we have good feeling this year with those 2 years old. We have a nice group. I have feeling like when I start with those new one, I have the feeling they are better than the last year horses.
Really?
Yeah.
That's exciting. And when you go to the sales, you're not working with an agent, you're doing all of it yourself?
Yeah, because always I say it's very difficult to work with an agent, because the agent, he will look what he need. But if you are a trainer, you are looking for what you need and which horse you can train him. We've been getting some couple of horses from agents, but they doesn't suit our, for me in training, or it's, always I like a different looking horses, different style, but we say agents, they are good agents. Okay, they know about the horses, but I don't think they've been training the horses. This is the very difficult between. If you train the horse and you look by your eyes what you need, I think it's different than the agents.
Yeah, I agree with you. And let's talk about Golden Vekoma, because he made a bit of history for you last year with that win in Saudi, and that must have been an amazing moment for you to win overseas.
Oh yeah, Golden Vekoma, he was showing us his quality here, and it's always I've been saying I will try to go out of Dubai to race like in Saudi or Bahrain, but I need the right horse. And last year he was the right horse for me to go with him to Saudi Arabia. He's doing good. I hope we are going good with him this season, and we try our best to go back again with him to Saudi for the Saudi Cup and back to Dubai World Cup this season. Where
do you think you'll start him off?
I think if everything going right with me, I think he will be in the second meeting in Meydan, the condition a mile, 3 years old only.
Wow, it'd be exciting to have him back so early.
I will be happy if I can run him in that race. If no, I think I will choose one of those Maktoum Challenge for him.
And just explain why we didn't see him in the derby. He picked up a little injury.
When he came back, he just get a little fracture in his splint bone, and we do the operation, we remove it. He's doing very well, and the operation was going right with him. Now he's back in full training. He's doing very well after the operation, and we are so happy. After we decide to give him the break after the Saudi, because we know he's a good horse, and the good horses, they're not coming to your yard always.
Dark Saffron, look at Tuz diving again, but it's going to be all too late.
Well, you've got two good ones at the moment, and Dark Saffron winning the Golden Shaheen was an amazing moment, but you weren't there.
Yes, because I must go for work. I must go to found another Dark Saffron also. But we are so happy for the owner, and we're so excited for him to have him this season back. But the plan will be different for Dark Saffron. I think this year, we are planning to go with him to Saudi, in the Saudi Cup day, We're going to run him in the sprint there, and we come back again here to run him in Dubai World Cup. This is the plan this year.
He was tremendous on a big day, wasn't he?
He's a nice horse, but don't forget, he been racing a lot of racing before the Golden Shaheen. Now he have his rating, he have his class. If we go right way now with him, like we can run him 4 to 5 runs in the only in the class racing, I think we can get a couple of group with him.
And you were telling me you didn't even get to watch the race because everyone kept calling you.
Yeah, when you need to watch that, because I was watching the race in the Dubai Racing channel in my phone. When I was watching, I cannot finish the race. I was excited which horse is going to win, and then everybody start to call, and when they start to call me, I know I win the race. Then I say okay. But I've been watching the race like over 100 times when I was in Ocala.
Is that your career highlight so far?
Still I have a target. Always I say, if I'm traveling to US and buying a horses, I need to go one day back with one of my horses and I win a big race in US. This is my target one day. This is why I work hard with OBS and Fasting Tipton, buying a horses, get here, to go back again and to win, to show we can do it through UAE. We can bring the 2 years old, we repair horses, we go back to US and we win. And this is my target always in every season.
Those would be brilliant. That really would be history. And just touch on the 2-year-olds, because you've got lots of them. Are there any that have been showing you the right things in the mornings?
Actually, they've been training very well. Like, I love the horses when they are quiet, they do the job right. Like years ago when I start to buy horses, if I get trouble with the horses, they are crazy in the track and they never focus. But this bunch this year we get them, they are doing well, they focus on training. So happy with the horses. Like, they do the trail, I was so happy with the trail. I know the fitness what they have, but I think they will be much better in the racing time. They will be a good horses. We have a couple of one, they are showing very well. I think we have Yono, very nice filly. I like her a lot. She do serious in training. Stormy State is doing very well. Belong to Sheikh Juma. A couple of one actually. Marham is doing well. He looks like a more speedy horse. But we are looking for a Derby horse. But the Derby horse, we're not going to know about the horse very well till December. They just, especially those 2 years old. In every month, you see a different horse. When you start to train the horses, you like a couple of one. After a month, you like the another one. You start to hit this one. But I think we have a nice group this year.
Exciting. And how many horses have you got in here at the moment?
We have 56 horses till now, and I think we can go till 60, 65, but always before. I like to know the owners who's going to take from them, or we get a couple of offers like they need to get me the horses here, but I doesn't take that because always I need to know who's the owner, to be good connect with the owner. Our program here, it's more, the horses is my horses when they come to the yard. And I love to do all my program. I doesn't like to be a pressure from the owner or something, no. And most my owner, they know this, where I choose the race, I'm the one I choose everything. And this is how I like to stay more with my owners.
Lovely to hear from Ahmad bin Hamash ahead of this season before us. And earlier today, just watching some of the horses arriving here for action at Meydan, including some of the horses from Bhupat Seema's team, and that is Grey Boss, who'll be running in the second race this evening, just being washed off after his journey. The son of Street Boss will be in action for the first time officially under rules. He won a trial here back in March. He's got an exciting horse for the Bhupat Seema team. Of course, the Bhupat Seema team, many of them were here earlier on today having a paddock school, as they so often do. He likes to have his horses ready, prepped and raring to go when they arrive for action, as we will be very shortly. Well, alongside me is the defending champion, jockey, Silvestre de Sousa. Silvestre, starting off with that crown, obviously you did it in the UK, you were champion jockey there, starting off with that crown, what's it like?
Yeah, it was beautiful, you know, it's special and to do in UAE and where I also so many good winners and to be crowned here, I was very pleased and it was a new challenge for me and I was glad when things got done, you know.
Well, hopefully you can try and defend it again. The competition will be hot. You've got 6 rides this evening here at Meydan. I'm going to spin through them one by one and you can tell me what you can about each and every runner. Ramey in the first race, huge task up against Dark Saffron.
Absolute huge ask, but I believe he'll turn up in great form. If I can run in that race place, I'll be delighted with the results, but obviously we're there to challenge the winner. But yeah, I think it will be hard to beat the favourite.
You won't have to change your silks for the next race because you're riding La Yatal.
Yeah, La Yatal, I think in a great race, should have a shout. And as we see, you know, and Jabal Ali's horse is running well. So, you know, I just hope for a bit of luck. And I think the horse comes to the race with a chance.
In the 2-year-old race, which is race 3, the 6 furlong maiden, everyone talking about 6 speed's going to be very hard to beat. You ride Emirat.
Emirat, yeah, he's just, you know, I hope he can cope with the surface. You know, sometimes 2-year-old, then it doesn't matter how well they're doing at home. When come hit Meydan first time, they can face a bit of difficult times, the ground, the all weather. But, you know, hey, he's there and, you know, I hope he challenge the front horses. So.
Now in the feature race, which is race 5, you're on a horse who's never been on the dirt before, Arabic Legend. Pedigree's outstanding by Dubawi on the dam side, related to some very, very smart horses on the turf. What can we expect?
And I expect him to run well by his pedigree. You know, I wouldn't ride him out. And yeah, I think probably is one of my best rides.
I was going to say that about your penultimate ride, which is on Al Muzan, who's very consistent. Obviously, those 3 seconds. I'm sure you'll be pretty keen on that horse's chances as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Julio is very confident, and you know, as we saw in his interview, the horse is doing well. So now I couldn't be more pleased with the ride, and I just hope to get a bit lucky, and yeah, I'll try my best.
Now in the last race, Sky Racing have 2 very good horses running for them, Gamekeeper and Nerato. You're on Nerato. What do you think your chances are of winning that?
Well, he's come to the race with a great form, and you know, Julio is pleased with the horse. So you know, I just hope a bit of luck.
Okay, well, you're hoping for luck on all of them, obviously. But which is the one that you feel might represent your best chance of a winner?
Probably Nerato. You know, he's the most exposed one in the last, and yeah, obviously I got a couple of the chances in between. Can't write them out, but in the 5th race got a chance as well. So yeah.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck, so I can call you champ for the next few months, so good luck, champ.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, we are currently looking at the Dubai Golden Shaheen winner, Dark Saffron. He won on Dubai World Cup night. The 3-year-olds against the older horses in a fabulous effort. This horse, who had been running on the turf, switched to the dirt for his final 2 starts of last season and produced 2 outstanding performances. When he won here on the 14th of March, it was a little bit of a shot in the dark whether or not he was going to go up in class and run in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. He was a long shot on that occasion, but he was brilliant, given a really aggressive ride by Connor Beasley, and he beat a smart horse in Nakatomi. And I mentioned when we were talking to Pat Comerford a little bit earlier on, the horse who finished back in 6th on that occasion, American Stage, actually ran a really fine race in the Breeders' Cup Sprint last week at Del Mar. And Dark Saffron, being a 3-year-old who has only had 8 starts in his life, also has the potential to improve as well this season. Saudi's been mentioned, and then of course the defence of his Dubai Golden Shaheen crown. So he is going to take all the beating in this race against this company, because he's racing off level weights against horses that he's rated significantly higher than. So a lot of people are expecting him to make a winning start to the season. Just behind, just coming in, horse number 2, let's pick up that. This is one of 2 horses in the race for trainer Michael Costa. This is Ramey, mentioned to Silvestre de Souza, who'll be aboard him. He's again unexposed. He's only had the 3 runs. He's won a couple of times, once over 6 furlongs and once over 7, and then he finished third behind Golden Vekoma, which was a good effort here at the beginning of the year. So a horse that could potentially improve as the season goes forward. But he's got a tough task on the weights and measures in this race. Horse number 5 is his stable companion. That's the filly, Ariaf, who's also, like Ramai, has got the red hood on. This daughter of Gervin won on her most recent run at Jebel Ali at the back end of last season, having had a couple of runs there as well. Again, just the 3 runs, open to a load of improvement. She's quite a lengthy, attractive filly. Be interested to see how she progresses. Horse number 6 coming over to the right. It's one of the outsiders, La Senora. William Pereira from Argentina, having his first ride here at Meydan. We wish him the very best of luck. She's got a lot to find on her very best form, which includes a 3rd behind Ariaf, who of course reopposes today. So there's 4 of the runners queuing up to head into the they're in the pre-parade ring, heading to the post. Still haven't seen Karama Valley, who I think is on the other side of the pre-parade ring. So in the meet, Karama Valley is indeed a late scratch, so my apologies. There are 2 non-runners in this opening race, 3 Karama Valley and 6 Arigato Gozemazu, who actually runs a bit later on the card. So the last horse to go will indeed be number 6, La Senora, the daughter of Connect. Has got a bit to find with some of these horses, because one of them includes the Dubai Golden Shaheen winner, Dark Saffron.
Thank you very much, Rishi. It's very excited to be here and join you here for this program. It's a wonderful night of racing ahead for us. And I'll tell you what, as you mentioned, Dark Saffron is the highlight of the card. We'll get to see him straight away here in race number 1. And as you can see in the pre-parade, he looked in fantastic order for tonight's race. Really excited for the first event. Runners about to make their way down to the parade for the first. Stand by. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome to the parade here for the first event on the card, the Emirates Airline, the conditions event here over the 6 furlongs to kick off racing for the season here at Meydan. First horse we have a look at, we welcome him back after his victory on Dubai World Cup night. Dark Saffron, the 3-year-old gelding by Flame Away, returns to the races here. Connor Beasley riding for Sultan Ali, and the gelding returns here nice and early in the season with some big races on the cards in the new year. Under handicap conditions, he'd be carrying 11.5 kilograms more than the next horse here in the field, but tonight he gets level weights off the rating of 112. Here is the horse who has to carry 59 as well, Rame, the son of Win Win Win. Michael Costa trains, and Silvestre de Souza will do the riding here for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. 89 rater. He's had the 3 starts for 2 wins and a third. He boasts a very nice record in his limited career so far. Both wins have come at Jebel Ali. He has been a 1,400-metre dirt contender in early this year on the 3rd of January. And he did run third on that occasion to the Saudi Derby winner in Golden Vekoma. So good form lines heading into it, and a worthy contestant for Dark Saffron. Next is number 5, the stablemate of Rame, that is Ayaf, and he comes into this race off a win at the back end of last season. That was at Jebel Ali. He makes his Meydan debut here this evening, boasting 1 win and a 3rd placing from his 3 starts. Ray Dawson will do the riding for Michael Costa, and he draws the widest in 5. Number 6 is La Senora for local creative racing, Musaba El Maheri. William Pereira, we welcome the South American jockey here for his first Meydan meeting. 3-year-old filly by Connect is another addition to this race. Having a look at the form so far, a 3rd from those 4 starts, has yet to break through, unlike quite a few others in the race. But joins this field, and we'll get a nice idea on where she's at going on after this start. Rated 73, so very much graded out of the race, but a nice challenge for the filly here by Connect, who may strike easier targets later on in the prep. So 4 runners have made their way into the parade. We wait on one more, and that will be Karama Valley. But at the moment, that is all we have here for you for this first event on the program. As we said, we welcome back Meydan Racing for season 25-26, and tonight brought to you by Emirates Airline. Take note, ladies and gentlemen, number 3, a non-runner, Karama Valley, comes out. We are left with the 4 gallopers here for race number 1. Runners about to head out here for the first event, and we'll be underway at 5:30 p.m. No, there's nothing.
Well, alongside me is trainer Michael Costa, who's got 2 runners in this race. Ariaf and Rame, both horses have the potential to be very useful this season, at least. But they've got a big task on their hands, taking on Dark Saffron. Michael, just give me a little idea where they both are for this run today.
Both horses are very well. They're glowing in the coat, and if we're looking in the conditions book in an ideal world, they're both horses rated under 90, so it would have been a nice, the logic would have been a nice starting point to find a 90 race, but for these 3-year-olds there's just nothing over 6. So we didn't expect to see Dark Saffron in the noms of the first race, but we're not going to take a backward step. They're 2 horses which are going to be progressive for the season, like you said, and they're both here to perform well tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned their condition and the coats really looking well. In fact, Rame has got the Best Turned Out award. We'll come to that a little bit later on. But just a brief word of where this horse you think might end up. The trip, because obviously 7-6, where do you think he'll end up?
Yeah, he was pretty sharp at the start of last year, and we ran him over 7 here, and it was probably at the back end of his prep. So I think this year will still be a little bit of a fact-finding mission. We won't pigeonhole him too much, and he'll tell us where he's at after his first few runs.
Presume same sort of comments will apply for Ariaf. You're still finding your way. She broke her maiden at the 3rd attempt.
Yeah, she's the same story. She came good at the back end of the season, so a little bit different, but she'll find her spot within the 6 to 8.
And as for you, not surprisingly, winners at Jebel Ali so far, where do you feel your stable is at as we start to crank things up this season?
It's been a great start. You know, last season we expected a great start. This season we felt we ran a few horses in some races which might not have been 100% suitable, and they've come out and won and performed really well. So it's been a brilliant start, and I think we'll definitely continue it.
Exciting times. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Cheers.
And the first of our PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award in our opener goes to horse number 2, Rame. And Rame is looked after by Ghazi Pasha Mohammed Basha. And he is currently in the winner's enclosure alongside Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. And he is making the presentation of the Best Turned Out Award to Ghazi Pasha Mohammed Basha. Best of luck to Rame in our opening race, and thank you to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Award. Well, not long before the off, and a brief look once again at Dark Saffron. If you were listening to Pat Comerford talking earlier on as we previewed the evening's action, he talked about horses' ratings and how Dark Saffron was rated miles clear of everything else on official figures, and if this were a handicap, he'd be conceding a fair bit of weight, just over 11 kilos to his rivals. But Dark Saffron in this opening conditions race is able to race off 59 kilos, and his opposition, obviously Rame, will also carry 59, but then the other two horses, Adiaf and La Senora, the fillies, they're carrying slightly less at 56 and 55. So a really good opportunity for Dark Saffron, the Dubai Golden Shaheen winner, to come back and start off with a win this season. He should really take all the beating here. But you heard from Michael Costa, both his horses, Rame and Adiaf, are both really interesting for the future. Maybe today they face a tough task. Certainly the numbers, the facts and figures will say it's really hard for them to beat Dark Saffron today, obviously. But that doesn't mean that both horses may not develop into really useful horses as time goes on. Rame, so he won his first couple of starts at Jebel Ali, and then he ran pretty well behind Golden Vekoma here earlier on this year. And of course his stable companion Adiaf, she's also only had 3 runs, winning at the 3rd attempt at Jebel Ali when beating Tazwaheen. So who knows where those two horses might end up. The other horse completing the quartet is La Senora, bit of an outsider. Dark Saffron is already coming forward. He'll shortly be loaded up, but La Senora already in, Rame just going forward. So as the loading up process for our opening race for a new season here at Meydan gets underway, let's head up and join our commentator. Pat, it's all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. Look, welcome back to racing here, ladies and gentlemen, at the wonderful track Meydan. We are very excited here, and a Dubai World Cup winner returning here in the first race. Not something that we probably have ever seen, to be fair. But a nice starting point here for Dark Saffron. He's going to go off a very short quote overseas. Ready to go at the 1,200 metres. Set and racing. Dark Saffron was clearly best out here. Settles 3/4 of a length to the outside. In second was Yaf. Third, tracking the leader now, was Rame as they approach the 1,000-metre peg, and La Senora, the filly, is going to be 3 or 4, maybe 5 lengths away now as the field starts to stretch out. Injecting a bit more tempo here with 800 metres left to go is Dark Saffron. Leads by 3/4 of a length to Yaf in second. Rame getting the run of the race in behind, and La Senora is 4th and last of all. Dark Saffron slipped a little bit more leather by Beasley, approaching the 600 metres and extends out by 1.5 lengths. First one to be shaken along now is Yaf. Rame continues to travel well enough the inside, and 5 lengths back now to La Senora, outclassed here. It's Dark Saffron though, wheeling the bend here. The Dubai World Cup night winner, the Golden Shaheen champion. He's out by 6 now. Rame can't continue on with the gallop. Yaf is into 3rd. La Senora a long way back. Dark Saffron continuing on with it into the final furlong. The margin now 7 or 8 lengths. Rame is game, but he picks right up where he left off in the Golden Shaheen. He's dominant in the opener. Welcome back, Dark Saffron. 4.5 lengths to Rame, 6 back to Yaf. and a further dozen and maybe 15 lengths back to La Senora, who was a long, long way off them. Dark Saffron, just a track gallop for him here tonight. Tell you what, Rame was very game in behind. He'll find easier targets and take plenty of fitness out of that to get within 5 or 6 lengths here of Dark Saffron, but he is a class above the son of Flame Away, and a nice little kill for him early in the campaign as he heads to bigger targets and flies the flag for the UAE.
The Dubai Golden Shaheen winner is back with a win, and it was all very straightforward for Dark Saffron. Out the gates comfortably and into the lead under Connor Beasley. Just in behind him, Rame took a trail. Just in behind Dark Saffron, Ariaf went forward on the outside, tried to go with Dark Saffron in the early stages, but Connor Beasley was never really flustered through those first couple of furlongs on the Golden Shaheen winner. Changed his legs nicely to go around the bend. La Senora was just struggling to keep tabs on the front three. When they turned into the straight, that was perhaps the most impressive moment of the race, as Connor Beasley let out a little bit of rain on Dark Saffron, and he extended his advantage as both Rame and Ariaf came off the bridle. They could never really land a significant blow. In fairness, they both have run okay on the face of it. Rame didn't really let Dark Saffron get too far away. It was at this furlong pole is where Dark Saffron put the race to bed, and in the end he was probably just idling first run of the season. And Rame wasn't beaten that far in the end when you consider the discrepancy on ratings between the two horses. But we just don't know how good Rame is yet. Michael Costa will probably have a better idea than all of us. But certainly Rame and Ariaf have more to give as time goes ahead. And for Dark Saffron, bigger targets ahead, no doubt. Ahmed bin Amash has made no secret of the fact that he'd like to go to Saudi for their big sprint on Saudi Cup night, and then come back and defend the Dubai Golden Shaheen crown here at the end of March on Dubai World Cup night. And whether or not he can do that should be a great race, as it often is. But Dark Saffron is back. Ahmed bin Amash and Connor Beasley able to celebrate a comfortable success for the classy Dark Saffron. He was, at this point of the race, this was the moment that he accelerated away from Rame, and then he was entitled just to get a little bit lonely, tired, combination of factors in the closing stages. But he won with a fair amount of ease on his first run since winning on Dubai World Cup night. It's very rare on the opening night of the season here at Meydan to have a horse of quite this caliber in action, and he did not disappoint. Dark Saffron, the first winner of a new season at Meydan.
And the numbers here in the Emirates Airline 1200 metre conditions event for the 3-year-olds: 1, 2, 5 and 6. 1, 2, 5 and 6. Dark Saffron, your winner, stopping the clock at 111.84. Margins 4.5 by 6.5. 1, 2, 5 and 6, your numbers, race 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back the winner of our first race of the evening. This conditions race sponsored by Emirates Airline, who has run over 1,200 meters. And the defending Dubai Golden Shaheen champion, Dark Saffron, is back. Son of Flame Away out of Meadow Saffron. He's owned by Sultan Ali, trained by Ahmad bin Hamash, and trained by ridden by Connor Beasley. He is due for a very big season ahead of him. It's the perfect start to a new season here at Meydan, with a real champion coming back to the winners' enclosure. Let's have a big round of applause for Dark Saffron. Well, here he comes. Connor Beasley, you rode him to win the Dubai Gold at Shaheen. How did he feel tonight?
Yeah, no, to be fair, it was a good starting point and very well placed by the boss. You know, it's better than... He's one of them at home, Saif Al-Balushi, big credit to him because he rides them every morning, every piece of work, and, you know, it's one of them really when this race was there to go and take. It's better than 10 gallops at home, so just delighted to get him back on track and give me a good feel. So, yeah, the season looking exciting anyways.
Is the feel any different to the one he gave you through last season?
He's actually strengthened up underneath me a lot more, to be fair. You know, he had a fair bit of running last season and, you know, it was just fantastic what he did on the big night. And, you know, he's a horse with a lot of class and a lot of ability and, you know, he's putting it together by each run.
When you talk about the season ahead for him, I've heard Saudi mentioned and obviously trying defending his crown here this year. Slightly more selective?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, obviously last year we just sort of, you know, every opportunity that came, we had to take a chance, and obviously he ran on the turf and the dirt, and you know, obviously he's an out dirt horse, isn't he? So, you know, I think he's proven to us that he's a very talented horse and very high class. So, you know, I dare say be campaigned with thought this time.
Exciting times. Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given here in race number 1. Numbers 1, 2, 5 and 6. Correct weight, race 1. Winner's time 111.84. Margins 4.5 by 6.5. Correct weight, your winner, Dark Saffron.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first presentation of the evening. This 7-race card, kindly sponsored by Emirates Airline. We thank them for their support of tonight's racing and their continued support of racing here at Meydan. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Adil Al Gaith, Senior Vice President, Commercial Operations for Emirates Airline. And our opening race won by a horse who's already established as a champion. The Dubai Golden Shaheen winner, Dark Saffron, is your winner. And representing the successful owner, Sultan Ali, put your hands together for Hamdan Al Sabusi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, guess what it's time for? Tonight we have 4 editions of Faces at the Races. After this first race, after race 3, after race 5 and race 7, our cameras will be roaming, trying to find a face with a big smile. The biggest, the best, the brightest, most beautiful smile. And we will be giving away 500 dirhams. All you have to do is make your way to Concourse B to win that prize. And I think that's a winner, and that wink confirms it. What a wink, what a smile. Congratulations. 500 dirhams coming your way to that lovely young lady. All she has to do is navigate through the maze of Meydan to Concourse 3 and pick up her prize. Our next Faces of the Race is coming up after race 3.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the parade here for the second event on the program. This one, the Arabian Adventures for 165,000, a maiden over the 1,400 metres. We head into the parade. Number 1 is Desert Horizon, the son of Caravaggio. Richard Mullen will do the riding here for Musaba Al Mahiri and owner Hamad Ali Hamad Al Hamrour. Drawn 11 here, 4 starts for no runs in the money. Best result to date was over the mile at Meydan, 7 lengths, running 6. That was last time out, and that was in a 60 to 80 race. Returns back here to non-winners company. That could hold this horse in good stead, and we'll see how Desert Horizon fares in race number 2. Number 3 is our next horse, the 5-year-old Entire by Justify for Kaysa Bood and Mahmoud Abdulaziz Mahmoud. Hamid Al-Basaidi will ride Jubail off the rating here of 69. Looking for a little further ground than 1,400 metres, but makes its Meydan debut here tonight after 3 maiden runs at Jebel Ali. 7 is our next runner, Grey Boss, who comes to the races here on debut, a trial winner from March this year. That was at the back end of last season, on speed that day, and has certainly filled out in the last 7 months or so, matured. Now a 3-year-old, trialled as a 2-year-old, has to overcome a wide draw here, but has the whole back straight to get across. That is Grey Boss, the 3-year-old colt here by Street Boss for NR Club LLC. So riders make their way out to greet the connections. We will be back into the parade here very shortly for our next runner. Many more riders engaged this time around compared to the first, with only a field of 4. Here is a former Godolphin runner, now in the care of Ahmed bin Hamish for Hamdan Hamish, and Connor Beasley looking for an early double. The gelding here, Hidden Secret, had the 3 runs overseas, 2 of those on turf, and arguably coming out of the strongest form lines for any horse here in the race. Has to do it on the dirt here first time out. He's got the one all-weather race to its name, but a different surface here altogether once again. Hidden Secret, arguably the horse to beat in the field. Number 9 is Knockmark. Julio Olajuara for Sky Racing. Ray Dawson will ride. Last seen at the races back in late June of this year, running 2nd in Maiden company over 1,400 metres. 2 seconds from 5 starts and strikes the dirt for the first time. 10, La Yatel, another horse who's had some time to be put away and mature. The son of War of Will debuted at the end of last year, 12 months ago at Jebel Ali, and did capitulate there at about the 500-metre mark. Looks fitter, looks stronger, and we'll be looking for a bit more ground as well as we get further into the campaign. La Yatel for Michael Costa and Silvestre de Souza. Number 11 is Original Outlaw, the gelding by Wooten Bassett for Doug Watson and Ravinder Pal Singh Chauhan. Patrick Dobbs will do the riding here. 7-start maidener with 4 minor placings, has accrued a fair bit of prize money without winning a race, has Original Outlaw, and makes its UAE debut. Vino Saros had 1 run on the all-weather at Southall and returns to the races here in Maiden company. William Carver will ride for Jamie Osborne, his first runner for the season, as they bring out a nice team to the races. Draws 10, a little sticky from a draw perspective, but was far from disgraced in his one and only run. Mystery Chime, another horse out of the trials here in the UAE, was not asked to do too much, and I think will have improved on a fitness perspective due to that one trial here at Meydan. Draws well for local Creator Racing. Musaba Al Mahiri does the training, and William Pereira will do the riding here. So take out the 2 Japan Power, the 5 Nice Name. It is the withdrawals here for race number 2, and the only horse we are yet to see is the 6 in Chrono King, as the riders get the bell and mount up here for race number 2. So we await to see Chrono King very shortly. Runners are heading out for the Arabian Adventures over the 1400 metres.
Well, the last horse you just saw on screen was Vinosauro. Trainer Jamie Osborne alongside me. Jamie, it's been documented that you purchased this horse with the intention of bringing him here to Dubai. What did you see?
Well, clearly, he was a dirt-bred horse running in England. We'd seen the horse as a breeze-up horse in Arcana the previous year, and sadly he got injured during the breeze, so it'd been a year later that he made his debut. And we liked his first run. I was trying to find a horse for Saeed and Hickey and Walter, and I thought he fitted the bill.
Well, he's in a race where obviously we don't know a great deal about some of them. They've trialled, etc. What sort of confidence would you have that he makes a positive winning start?
I'm not confident at all. I think he is a very nice horse, and I think he is going to win a maiden over here. But 7 furlongs would be very much the inner edge of how far he needs to go. I wouldn't be surprised today if there's a few just a little bit faster than him. But once he goes a mile or even a little bit further, I'd be fairly confident he can win a maiden.
Can I ask you about Heart of Honour? How is he? Where is he? What's the plan?
He's just over there. Yeah, he flew in last week with this horse and a few others, and the plan is to run him on the 21st, so in 2 weeks today.
And strength-wise, I presume, and I'm only presuming because I saw him last season and figured in my own head as a racing fan what he might be like with a bit of rest and a bit of time. Yeah. Has he strengthened up, and does he look even stronger?
I think he arrived here last autumn looking a little bit weak, but by the time World Cup night came, I thought he looked like a really strong horse. He developed very well in the 5 months he was here. We've castrated him since when he came back from America, so his shape has changed a little bit, but he's matured, he's grown, and he looks really well, but he's not quite as bulky as he was, as you'd expect. Yeah. Hopefully that might improve him that little bit. Yeah. That means that the big targets out here could be feasible.
Yeah, maybe see you at the end of March. Jamie, good luck with him and best of luck in this upcoming race.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great to hear from Jamie Osborne ahead of race number 2 here with Vinosauro. Here's our final horse making his way to the tunnel. That is Chrono King, the son of not this time Salim bin Gudaya, Bernardo Pinheiro for Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Chrono King, another one in the light blue here tonight. They do saddle up quite a few here. But a late arrival, and the last to greet the tunnel here as the rest make their way out onto the course for the second event, the Arabian Adventures.
PHI Advertising powering the Best Turned Out award this evening, and in our second race has gone to horse number 8, Hidden Secret. And Hidden Secret is looked after by Islam Ali, who is currently in the winner's enclosure, along with Mohamed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, and he's about to hand over the prize for the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Our thanks to PHI Advertising and to Mohamed Morsi, and we wish Islam Ali and Hidden Secret the best of luck in race 2. Well, we're now looking at horse number 7, Grey Boss, who has got gate position number 12. Obviously, there are a couple of non-runners, so it's not quite as far on the outside as originally planned. But Grey Boss has had a trial here back in March and was pretty impressive on that occasion. Looks as if he's just been on his toes a little bit through the preliminaries, but clearly on that trial and on connections, one of the more interesting runners in this upcoming maiden here. He's a son of Street Boss out of a Sky Messamere, and he is one on the short list for this upcoming race. Obviously, we've already spoken about Vinosore, who's another on that short list. Jamie Osborne, the trainer, suggesting maybe further down the line when he steps up in trip. The best turned out horse in this race is indeed Hidden Secret. Chatting to Pat earlier on about this horse's most recent run, albeit at Newmarket, 2 runs back. Actually, his last run came at Southall in the UK back in December, so just under a year ago. But the run at Newmarket that he produced behind Treble T in October of 2024 was really notable because there were some really smart horses in and amongst him, and he finished right in horses rated between 90 and 80. So on that basis, you think he's got a fair bit of ability. And you know that on the dam side, he's related to horses that have won on dirt, including Goldtown, who is pretty useful for Hidden Secret's former trainer, Charlie Appleby. So if he takes to the surface, and he's a son of Dubawi, of course, then he could be a big player for Ahmad Benabash and Conor Beasley, looking for a double already. Number 11 is Original Outlaw, used to be trained in the UK by Rafe Beckett. Now with Doug Watson, Pat Dobbs in the saddle on Original Outlaw. Again, another horse who's shown some ability in the UK. He raced in a couple of handicaps at the back end of 2024. His 2 runs this year haven't really achieved a great deal, although it wasn't too bad. His most recent run, which was back in June at Beverley in the UK, it was okay. He is a horse who I think probably a little bit of time and finding his right slot would be exactly the way Doug Watson generally goes about things. So Original Outlaw, see how he gets on today and then see where he fits in later on. Also worth giving a mention to horse number 9, if we can, Knock Mark for Ray Dawson and Julio Olosquaga, who has shown a bit of ability in Ireland when he was trained there. Obviously having a first run for New Connections, I thought he might be of some interest. Lots of horses here that we expect to go on and do better, but let's see how they all go today with Pat.
Thank you, Rishi. Yeah, my overseas market in very confident to 2. Vinosore, Grey Boss. I had Grey Boss on top. I would have preferred 1200 and a gate, but a wide draw of 1400 is what we've got. Grey Boss and Vinosore, the market coming for them on the international market, and it's almost write your own ticket for everything else. They're on the way out. As the last 2 load forward here, La Yatel and Chrono King, who was last to get to the gates, and we're set here at the 7 furlong marker. Ready. And racing. They all got a fair start out wider. Good speed, Vino Sauro. Grey Boss is going to work across here, hunting up the inside, Chrono King. Good speed here. These wide horses are going to be kept deep here, working forward. Mystery Chime, the inside. Hidden Secrets in behind the main division from La Yatel. Then came Jabale, who's already ridden along, passed by Knockmark, Original Outlaw, and out to the end was Desert Horizon. Up in front, Mystery Chime uses the inside. Grey Boss has done some work to get outside the leader in second. Chrono King in between them in third, and fourth, Hidden Secret from Vino Sauro, who's been outpaced now and is already being pushed along here by Carver. Then came on the inside La Yatel, half a length back to Knockmark, a length and a half to Original Outlaw. Desert Horizon, Jabale drops away. Up in front, Mystery Chime has got all the chances here as well, has had every favour in the run. Grey Boss a length away and has done plenty of work. Hidden Secret works on but is going up and down in the one spot for now. Mystery Chime's race to lose here, out by a length and a half to Grey Boss, who didn't corner all too well but balances up now. 3 lengths back here to Hidden Secret. La Yatel, Vino Sauro coming again. It's Mystery Chime from Grey Boss, who's now getting there with every stride. Mystery Chime needs the line. Grey Boss pegging back with every stride at the 100-metre peg, takes the lead. Grey Boss, a tough win from 12, comes away to win by a length and a half. Grey Boss, he'll go on from that big time. Second over Mystery Chime, third across Vino Sauro, then came La Yatel. Hidden Secret was a little plain. Next over Desert Horizon, a few tired horses, more than a few. Next over there was Knockmark from Chrono King, Original Outlaw, and tailing away Jabale, who was beaten a long way from home. Tell you what, he plodded all the way to the line there, but plenty went wrong. They kicked up underneath him. He was 6 deep down the back at one point, and he's able to get outside the leader. Mystery Chime had all favours there. And Grey Boss, despite not cornering well also, Tiger Shea on one rein there for at least 20 metres at the top of the straight. He balances back up and, well, he could be a nice horse on the horizon. If he finds a gate and works his way up into grade and gets more favours in the run, you'd say that he'll be beating better company than what he faced here tonight. He's defied all the odds, and Grey Boss, the market spot on overseas, has backed him in. They don't win from 12 all too often, but Grey Boss does it tonight in the second race.
Well, ultimately, that was pretty impressive from Grey Boss, who, as you heard from Pat, had to be used up in the early stages to get a prominent position, then didn't corner well, and then had a horse who travelled really nicely. And Mystery Chime has travelled really comfortably and got the early lead. Grey Boss was hung up 3 wide. Chrono King was also handy. You see Hidden Secret with the noseband just in behind those. Keep an eye on Vino Sauro, who runs on really well in the closing stages for William Carver. That was a nice first run on the dirt here in the UAE. But at this moment, Mystery Chime was sailing along in front under William Pereira. In second, Grey Boss. Now keep an eye on how he looks a little bit unbalanced, a little bit ungainly as he came into the straight. Probably just asked to switch leads by Tiger Shea and not quite comfortable with it. This is his first start really under racing rules, even though he's had a trial. But just there, he just hung out a little bit, and then Tiger Shea managed to get him back on an even keel. Once he gathered him up again, he does finish off quite strongly, whereas Mystery Chime, in fairness, was just getting a bit tired here. This is where Grey Boss is stronger than Mystery Chime to the line. And keep an eye on Vino Sauro, who is running on very nicely back in third. You heard from Connection saying that this horse needs further, but he's run a really encouraging race. And La Yatel running well for the Michael Costa team. Once again, another from their stable running with a great deal of credit. But a lot to take out of this race, a fair few positives. Certainly for the first few horses home, I thought Mystery Chime travelled well, showed a really nice attitude through the race, and has clearly got some ability. Grey Boss, a little bit green through the middle part of the race, and certainly into the home straight. Grey Boss, he's a horse that could be quite exciting, especially from that wide draw for Tiger Shea and Bupat Simar, and a very encouraging run from Vino Sauro. La Yatel. Hidden Secret wasn't too bad. He got a bit tired having tried to force his way into the race, but this is a smart horse, Grey Boss. Look forward to seeing where he goes next.
And the unofficial numbers here for race number 2, the Arabian Adventures, for the 3-year-old and above over the 1,400 metres, 7, 4, 12 and 10. 7, 4, 12 and 10. Your winner, Grey Boss, 126.61. Margins a length and a half by 4. 7, 4, 12, 10. Race 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back the winner of our second race, the Arabian Adventures Maiden. And the winner is a 3-year-old grey or roan colt by Street Boss out of Snow Mesa, owned by the NR Club LLC, trained by Bhupat Seema and ridden by Tig O'Shea. Remember this name, we might see him a fair bit in the next few months. The winner is Grey Boss. Well, I'm going to look forward to this debrief from Tig O'Shea, because watching, well done Ty, but watching this fella through the race, obviously you had to work a bit hard early on, and then he looked like he just needed a second or two before you got him right back on the correct lead in the home straight.
Yeah, Bhupat and the team, they had him in spot on, great shape, but you know, he's a first time starter and he drew the wide outside gate, so the fractions were on early, so I was adamant to get a good position and not too much kickback and give him a good experience, you know. So he travelled well, and Mr. Abu Bakr's horse was going a nice gallop. So as I said, when I let him down, it just took him a while for the penny to drop, you know. All of our horses from the stable improve from race to race, so he's never been off the bridle at home, so it's his first time he's got the giddy up, so he'll improve. He's a lovely big horse, great mind. At home he wouldn't think he'd get much further than 1,200 metres, so when we ran him 1,400 we were just, but the last month he's really settling his work and he's gone the other way around, which is great. So on tonight's performance he'd even get a mile, you know.
Watching Mystery chime out in front, as you rightly point out, he was going a nice clip. When you turned into the straight and you gathered him up, were you always confident that you would reel in this eventual second?
Look, he'd gone hard in front, and I knew I'd plenty left, and he didn't know how to use the engine just yet, you know, so he was a little bit out at sea. So I knew when I straightened him up and get him out onto that outside lead and get a bit of momentum, you know, I was fairly confident. As soon as I straightened up, he took a bit of a blow, and when he got his second win, he was always going to run to the line.
Last thing before I let you go, you know how things happen very quickly here through the season because of the limited time. How ambitious do you think Connections can be for his next run?
Look, listen, we'll go step by step. He's a big horse. We trialled March of this year. He was very impressive at that, so we'll go home and we'll have I think, you know, after tonight, probably give him a month in between his race minimum. Maybe look at the conditions or winners of one or something and come back here, but he's a horse with a big future, so we need to look after him.
Well done.
Thank you.
Incorrect weight is given in the second event here. 7, 4, 12 and 10. 7, 4, 12, 10. Grey Boss, your winner. 126.61. Margins 1.5 by 4. Correct weight, race 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation for our second race, the Arabian Adventures. And this race won in some style by a horse I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more of in the coming months. Please welcome to the stage to make the presentation, Benjamin Smith, Head of Operations and Service Delivery for Arabian Adventures. We thank them, Emirates, for their generous support of all the racing tonight here at Meydan and their continued support throughout the season. And the winner of our race, in fine style, on his first race under official rules, was Grey Boss, owned by the NR Club LLC. And stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning owners, please let's have a round of applause for Zalim Khan, Nazim Temabek Kamil, Yusuf Kamil, Marjan At, and the winning trainer, Bupat Sima. Our next race here at Meydan is the Emirates Courier Express. This is a maiden over 1,200 metres on the dirt, obviously. And the first horse we're looking at is number 4, Do's and Don'ts, who is a son of Speightstown. And obviously a lot of work goes into getting these horses to look their absolute best. And have a look at the stencil markings on his hindquarters, love hearts. Someone clearly loves this horse, Do's and Don'ts, and he's on his way out. Just wanted to grab a quick look over to the left. Let's head over to the left if we can, and you'll find the horse that is going to start favourite for this race. This is number 8, 6 Speed, who's trained by Bupat Seema, ridden by Tygo Shea. They're, of course, going for the double after Grey Boss won his the most recent race on the card. And 6 Speed trialled and won his trial here, and this is a horse who I think a lot of people are expecting to win, despite the fact that he's got another tough draw. He is in 10, so he'll be on the outside, even though there are a few non-runners. He'll be on the outside, but of course, because the field is trimmed out ever so slightly because of those 3 non-runners, then perhaps it's not quite as bad in a field of 7. He looks pretty well. I mean, he's quite a strong individual for a 2-year-old making his debut. His sire, not this time, I mentioned this earlier, he is making great strides in the USA. He's really developing into a bit of a stallion sensation at the moment, had winners of the Breeders' Cup. And 6 Speed, see, just stretching his legs out so that all the equipment fits well. Let's just have a look at him as he walks past us here on his way to joining the rest of the runners in the paddock itself. But 6 Speed, of course, a lot of these Bupat Seema horses, not only do they get the opportunity to trial, but they get used to the surroundings here. They come and they do paddock schooling, the pre-parade ring, and then they go down into the paddock. So this horse will be in familiar surroundings, and the fact that he's won his trial, there are a lot of positives about him as he makes his official debut tonight. That's 6 Speed as Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea search for a quick fire double.
Welcome back to the parade here for the third event on the program as the runners now make their way into the parade for another 6 furlong dash. This one here for the Maideners for 165,000 dirham. The Emirates Courier Express, and we go with 7 runners. Take out the 1, Abyan, the 3, Benghazi Start, the 5, Ibn Zaidan. Here's the first horse, number 2, Abaroy, who joins the field here. Ali Al-Badwawi trains, and we've got Mirzabek Kapushev on board for Sultan Ali Kusherov, and this son of Honor AP. We know how good this breeding was here last season with Heart of Honor. Another colt here stepping out. Was in the trial behind 6 Speed. Clearly outclassed there in the trial. I think he'll come on. He'll look for more ground than 1,200 metres in future starts. He'll certainly get out over some territory, but a nice starting point for him. Number 4 is Do's and Don'ts. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Salam bin Gudaya and His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Draws 1. Not too much to go off here with Do's and Don'ts. Was a quiet trial when heading out for the son of Speightstown. We don't know too much about him. He's still quite a small colt, is the son of Speightstown. Plenty of scope and space to fill out here does Do's and Don'ts. He's got a fair bit of growing left to do, you'd say. But look, a nice starting point for him. I don't think he'll compare here. Probably find a better race going forward after a couple of starts. But a nice way to kick off his career. 6 is Imirat for Ali Al-Badwawi. Another one here for the stable. Silvestre de Souza rides for Moldia Kusharova. The son of Uncle Mo also stepped out at the trials, was making some headway in the final part of the trial. Again, another horse I'd suspect we will be seeing out over a bit more distance. They just might be outpaced here this afternoon. That's the concern. Number 7, Naeem, like Imirat, if they do go hard, possesses the ability to close off, but again, another horse looking for a bit more ground. Richard Mullen rides for Bupat Seema for the stables of King Abdullah bin Aziz, and the 2-year-old colt by Flatter draws 6 here for this upcoming event. Bred by Fleetwood Bloodstock LLC out of a Flower Alley mare called Splash Hit. Best of luck to Connections. Number 8 is 6 Speed, and going off what we've seen so far here as well, he looks the best as well, in my opinion. From what we can see in the yard, his coat is in immaculate order. They've paid a bit for him as well, 6 Speed, for Blue Blood Racing Syndicate. Big best of luck to Kamlesh Matani and Dhruv Sani, who have joined in teamed up here with the purchase here of 6 Speed. He was very impressive. Just over a minute he clocked there for 1,000 metres in the trial about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and probably the eye-catcher of the trials at Meydan for the entire month of October. Looking forward to seeing how he goes here. Indications in the trial were he is fit enough to be coming out and doing this, and he's able to come into gate number 9 with the scratching of Benghazi Star, and with the others coming out as well, he continues to get closer and closer to the rail, which will only improve his chances. Number 9 is State Glory, William Pereira. Masaba El Maheri, he does the training here for the 2-year-old colt by Silver State, wearing the colours of Abu Bakr Kadora. He'll be looking for more ground again. We'll expect to see him doing his best work once he gets out over 1,400 metres to a mile and potentially beyond. Again, I sound like a broken record. A nice starting point for them, but 1,200 may be a little too sharp. Here's the horse I think is the biggest threat to 6 Speed in the race, and that is Union Security. We saw him trial at Jebel Ali a couple of weeks ago alongside his stablemate Benghazi Star, who does not take part anymore. Compared to Benghazi Star, a bigger horse, bigger action, a lot more rangy, and look, he's just got 1,400 metres to a mile written all over him, I think. So 1,200 might be a bit too sharp, but he has got ability. He made very good ground up in the final part of the trial. And if I was to pick a horse, if 6 Speed was to slow down up in front and be vulnerable to one horse in particular, Union Security is the horse I would pick. He is the biggest threat here to our short price favourite, and I did see it as a race in 2. That is our look at the runners here for race number 3 on the program. And the runners are about to make their way out here. Riders are climbing aboard and heading out to the tunnel.
It's time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for Race 3, and it has gone to number 7, Naeem, who's looked after by Gajay Singh Rathore. He is in the winner's enclosure now, along with Mohammed Morsi, the General Manager of PHI Advertising. And as if by magic, the envelope appears. And Mohammed Morsi is making the presentation now to Gajay Singh Rathore, who is delighted with his prize. Congratulations and our thanks to PHI Advertising, and best of luck to Naeem in our upcoming race. Well, the red hood has just come off number 8, 6 Speed, who's getting ready to compete in his first race under rules. And this horse is the international market leader for this maiden coming up here for the 2-year-olds. He's got a lovely pedigree, and he won very easily from stall 8 when he took part in his trial here in the lead up to this opening race for the 2-year-olds. He's obviously got the outside draw in this particular race, but because of the non-runners, the 3 non-runners, it's not as bad or as testing. And of course, Tiger O'Shea and Bhupat Seemar teamed up with Grey Boss in a previous race, who came from the outside draw. So 6 Speed, who won that trial, has got a lovely pedigree, looked really strong, and potentially could be quite a nice horse for the future. Understandably, is at the top of the market for this Emirates Courier Express maiden over 6 furlongs. Number 10 is Union Security, who, now one of the non-runners here is Benghazi Star. Union Security was behind Benghazi Star in a trial here last month. And this is a horse who's clearly got some ability, judged by that. He's also got a lovely pedigree, and he represents a stable who've also had a winner on the card in Ahmad bin Hamash. Number 7 is the best turned out in this race. Best turned out, kindly sponsored by PHI Advertising. And this horse is a stable companion of 6 Speed. This is Naeem for Bhupat Seemar. Now, a fair few horses ran in a trial here last month, including some of the older horses. And Naeem actually did quite well for a 2-year-old. And the horse who finished runner-up in that trial was Mystery Chime, who actually ran second to Grey Boss in our previous race. So maybe Naeem, considering he could easily step forward from that and has also got a nice dirt pedigree, he could potentially be the biggest challenger to his stable companion, 6 Speed. So 2 good chances there in 6 Speed and Naeem for Bhupat Seemar. Number 9 is State Glory, Mystery Chimes rider, William Pereira, who perhaps for a moment thought he might be in for a first winner here at Meydan. Well, State Glory has also had a run in the trial when he was third. He's probably going to have to improve on that. But of course, these horses may well come on significantly from a one experience. Just coming to the track and having a little experience around the race course might just help them come forward mentally as much as physically. You have no idea just how much that experience will bring them on. So we'll find out whether State Glory has stepped forward from that trial where he was third. The loading up process is underway. Most people on the international markets think that it's a really good chance for Bhupat Seema and Tiger O'Shea to land a double with 6 speed. As we said, won very nicely from his trial. So even though he's drawn 7, or on the outside of the 7 runners, is perhaps not as bad as Connections initially feared when he was due to be in stall 10 of 10. Loading up process underway. Let's head up and join Pat, who's going to bring them home.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. It's a nice race, and a lot of horses here. This looks like a nice start point for them, but unlike 6 Speed, who will relish this distance, a few of these are looking for longer trips and will take great fitness out of it. But the horse loading away will be looking very, very carefully at the purple and yellow silks, drawn 7 of 7 now, and the last horse to go up, potentially his biggest challenger, Union Security in the maroon jacket. Ready to go. Set. Racing. Oh, he's a little slow there, 6 Speed. He's had to really muster here in the early part. Union Security was away fast with do's and don'ts. Now 6 Speed starts to work around them. From Naeem 4th, then came back in the field Abba Roy along with State Glory, and at to the end of the field is Imirat. It's 6 Speed who eventually finds the top here, but probably not as easy as Tiger O'Shea would have hoped. A length and a half in advance of Union Security, who's had all the running here as well. The biggest threat to the favourite, and is in a nice stalking role now. From Naeem in 3rd, 4th do's and don'ts, dropping back through the field, passed by State Glory. Then came Imirat, and out to last there was Aberoy. 6 Speed now met by Naeem to its outside, who begins to be the biggest challenger. Union Security awaits an out. State Glory starts to work up. Union Security bolting in behind the favourite. Then came do's and don'ts from Imirat. It's 6 Speed who's all out here. Up on the outside, State Glory. The run appears now for Union Security, and look at him come through. Union Security got all the runs for Hitchcock, rides the rail, didn't go around a horse, and Union Security is going to come away for a big win. Union Security burns away to score, and a double for Bin Hamish in meeting number 1. 5 lengths on the line. Naeem 2nd over. 6 Speed, the start, very costly. 4th over, State Glory. 5th was do's and don'ts, then came Imirat, and the last one to greet the judge was Aberoy. Got the perfect position in behind the favourite, and at the corner, he was the one, well and truly, and just to his liking as well. The favourite getting tired, rolls off the fence, and in comes Union Security right up the rail. Absolutely textbook by Union Security, and Sam Hitchcock piloting it beautifully there in the 3rd event to go on and score. And Union Security will take plenty from that. 6 Speed. He'll need to pick up his barrier manners there, jumping like that, if he wants to win a race on speed in future starts.
What a smart first effort from Union Security. Sam Hitchcock had to be a bit patient, but let's take it back from the start. As you heard from Pat, 6 Speed, just a bit awkward coming out the gates, and so as a consequence, the draw was a bit of a hindrance because Tiger O'Shea has had to rush him along and then get over to that inside rail, and Union Security was just able to get into a lovely rhythm, just sitting in behind 6 Speed. And as they go into the bend, 6 Speed goes on, Union Security takes the trail, Naeem sits on the outside, and those 3 end up finishing in the first 3 positions. But at this stage, you'd be fairly happy with 6 Speed, but you know he's done quite a lot of work to this point, whereas Union Security, in fact, I'll speak to Sam Hitchcock a little bit later on, but it appeared that he was just sitting very comfortably at this stage, just waiting to unleash Union Security, and also having to wait for a bit of room because Naeem has just got him hemmed in as well. And just to the outside, State Glory is also run with a fair bit of promise on his first start from Musaba Al-Mahiri. But once 6 Speed came off the rail and Sam Hitchcock got the gap on Union Security, he has quickened up, which is relatively rare in this sort of company, in this sort of surface, and he has run away with this maiden, and he's done it in fine style. First time up, a son of Maximum Security out of Union Rags mare. He is bred for this sort of job. But just have a look here. Sam Hitchcock just waited for a couple of strides as they turned into the straight, and the eventual third, 6-speed, drifted off the rail, and that gave him plenty of room, and he has sprinted away from his rivals. Smart first effort here from Union Security. Back in second, Naeem has outdone his stable companion. The best turnout prior to the start of the race. He's run with a great deal of credit. 6-speed all in all, not a bad first effort considering the work he had to do in the early part of the race. Of the others, well, State Glory, I think, has run with a fair bit of credit on his first start for Musaba Al-Mahiri. See, William Pereira's had a couple of good rides so far on his first evening of action here at Meydan. State Glory just got a bit tired in the closing stages, in complete contrast to the winner, Union Security, who has bounded away from his rivals to take our third race, the Emirates Courier Express.
Unofficial numbers here in the Emirates Courier Express over the 1200 metres: 10, 7, 8 and 9. 10, 7, 8 and 9. Union Security, your winner in 1:13.38. Margins 5 by 3.5 lengths. 10, 7, 8 and 9. Race 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to welcome back our third winner of the evening. It's a second winner for trainer Ahmad bin Amash after the running of the Emirates Courier Express. This maiden for the 2-year-olds has gone the way of a 2-year-old bay colt by Maximum Security out of Run and Go, owned by Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al-Sabusi, trained by Ahmad bin Hamash, and ridden by Sam Hitchcock, who had to be patient in the home straight, but once he got clear sailing, it was all over in the blink of an eye. It's time to welcome back the winner with a huge round of applause. Watch out for Union Security! Sam Hitchcock just ticking off the numbers on the scale. All good. Sam, how impressed were you by what this horse has done on his debut?
Very, to be fair. I haven't seen him in the morning in his work, but Connor was happy with him the other week. But he was very, very professional. He did everything I asked him, jumped, travelled, switched leads accordingly. And then when the gap opened up for him, he shot through it really well.
Just tell us what it's like to be on a horse clearly going very well, but just waiting for the gap, waiting and having to be patient.
That's the hardest thing, being patient. When it splits, listen, when it works out like that, everybody makes it look easy, but there's times where you make a slightly different decision and it can go west, but unfortunately it went the right direction.
What sort of level do you think this horse is at already, considering obviously the season happens very quickly here in Dubai?
Well, he's a horse that's bred for this. Ahmed and the boys at home have done a fantastic job with him. He's very, very professional. He'll get further. So we'll just take it each step at a time, but he's certainly going in the right direction.
And last thing, watching him physically, he's obviously quite a good-looking individual, but there's room underneath him to strengthen up.
Yeah, there's still a little bit for him to tighten up and strengthen up a little bit more, which will come with racing and the more he does at home. But it's a lovely starting point and he's done it nicely.
Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight, race number 3, 10, 7, 8 and 9. Your numbers, 10, 7, 8 and 9. Union Security, the winner, 113.38. Margins 5 by 3.5, 10, 7, 8 and 9. Correct weight, race 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our third race of the evening, the Emirates Courier Express, and it was won in some style by Union Security. And to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Dino Giaconelli, Manager Cargo Global Commercial Development. And our thanks once again to Emirates for their generous sponsorship of tonight's racing and indeed of racing throughout the season here at Meydan. Well, our winner, Union Security, is owned by Mohammed Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi, and we welcome to the stage to receive on his behalf Hamdan Hamash and Rashid Kitbi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our second edition of the evening of Faces at the Races. And it's your chance to win 500 dirhams. All you have to do is give us one of those big, beaming, bright, beautiful smiles. In fact, our last winner also gave us a little bit of a wink. And our cameras are in and amongst the public viewing areas where hopefully we are homing in. Now, you've got to smile, you've got to be happy, you've got to look like you're enjoying yourselves. We want to see, and I've said it before, sometimes there are smiles with teeth and sometimes there are smiles without teeth. You don't have to give us the big pearly whites. But if you're going to look happy, you can beam and you can look as if you are glad to be here, then you might pick up 500 dirhams and make your way to Concourse 3 to collect your prize. Here we go, that is the winner. Congratulations. He's got his sunglasses on his head in case the sun comes out later, but for now, he's gonna brighten us up with that. There it is. The teeth made their way out in the end. 500 dirhams to that gentleman. Congratulations. He has won our second edition of Faces at the Races.
So runners are in the parade here for the fourth race on the card, and we head into the parade now. Number 1 is our first horse. That is Arabian Tale, the 6-year-old son of Dabawi for Bupat Seema and Andrew Slattery. Arabian Tale is the highest rated horse here off the rating of 90 and draws 4, a nice gate to kick off proceedings. Next horse we have a look at is a number 2, Book Review. 61 kilos here for Book Review. He comes into this first up He's looking for a lot more ground than what he gets here tonight. We'll see him over 2,000, potentially beyond if he decides to head on to the turf as well. But book review, he'll stay all day, and he looks a nice hope here in race number 4. Three is Izaj for by No Nay Never. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combine here. Izaj is a nice contender here for tonight's race. The stable already with 2 winners tonight. Should be forward enough to be contesting a race like this. And Connor Beasley looks to be in red-hot form at the moment. He takes the ride on this one of the 2 runners, and it will spot the white cap. Number 4, Khatab, is the son of Kingman, Abdulaziz Al-Balushi, for Ali Al-Badwawi. Owned by Shadwell here, the 5-year-old gelding by Kingman. Draws out in 12. It's going to make it a little tough for him to find a spot, but he looks to be at a race that's a nice starting point for him, as he will eventually make his way back onto the turf, his preferred surface at some stage. Number 5, Magic Petition, the 5-year-old gelding by Good Magic, Ahmed bin Hamish and Sam Hitchcott, looking to go race to race here. They have an inside draw. We have a rating of 84 here for Magic Petition. He'll be more preferred and suited to the dirt than Izaj here in this upcoming race. And we look forward to seeing how he'll fare. One-time winner with 5 minor placings from his 21 starts. Number 6, our next runner, Shepherd and Lodge here. He's had runs on the dirt and runs on the turf and gone fair on both. His win came over the mile in Maiden company at Jebel Ali back in the February of last season. Saber Al Maheri and William Pereira combine here for Abu Bakar Kadora. Draws the ace. 7 is Arlan for Patrick Dobbs and Doug Watson, owned by Meerkat Bolganov. 3-year-old colt by American Freedom. Has had the 2 wins and a second from 7 starts. Hasn't really had the best of starts here, but been running in group company, both in his home country when running in Russia, and back in Group 3 company since arriving here. This is an easier task for him, coming back to a 70 to 90. The easiest race he's contested since arriving here in the country. 8 is Al Mukhtar, the 4-year-old gelding by Yoshida. Saif Al-Balushi rides for Ahmed bin Hamish, a 6-time runner. He's had the 3 minors and yet to break through here for a maiden victory. He'll be looking for 2,200 metres, 1,900, a nice starting point for him, but it may be a bit too sharp for him here. 9 is Moonshiner. He's been looking to knock on the door for a win at some point. This is the longest distance-wise we've seen him, the former South American runner for Julio Olajuara. Hamid El-Basaidi does the riding, claiming 2.5 here. He'll get the 54.5 kilos. Maybe the extra distance is what he's been looking for Racing Life Dubai and the My Racing Syndicate. 10 is Dubai Welcome. He'll be looking to start the campaign off well here, looking for more ground. He goes on the turf too. Ray Dawson rides the son of Dabawi here, now 8 years old for Muhammad Al Maruki. 11 is Deciduous. He was down the track in his final race on the turf. He'll be getting back onto the turf at some stage. This looks a nice starting point for him, but on an inferior surface. Poster Paint, he'll be looking for an opportunity here to win well. He's got a wide draw to deal with, but a lightweight, Tygo Shea rides, and he has got good form without winning on both the turf and the dirt. So the surface, no concern for him, but it will be a tactical affair to see him slot in and have something to offer late in the race. That's our look at the runners here for race number 4. It is the Emirates Sky Cargo, 70 to 90, a handicap for our longer distance gallopers on the dirt, 1,900 metres ahead of them. And we are around 9 minutes or so from post time. Stay with us.
PHI Advertising supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award this evening, and in our 4th race it's gone to horse number 7, Arlan. Arlan is looked after by Inder Singh, and he's in the winner's enclosure now along with Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. And I was just chatting to Inder. He told me how much this award means to him. He was very happy, very smiley. We wish him and Arlan the very best of luck, and our thanks to Mohammed Morsi and PHI Advertising for supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award at Meydan this evening. Well, it's time to take a look at a few of the horses for this upcoming 9.5 furlong handicap here. And we're starting with horse number 6, Shepperton Lodge. Back in the day, this horse was trained by William Haggis in the UK. Has actually done okay for Musaba Al-Mahiri His horses have been running quite well so far, and William Pereira's had a couple of good sighters now on his first evening riding at Meydan. Shepperton Lodge has got a good stall position in 1. Obviously, he'll have to do better than how he finished off last season at Jebel Ali, but there were a couple of runs. Certainly the win at Jebel Ali in that maiden, that suggested that this horse could be quite an interesting contender with a bit of time this season. He did get a bit warm beforehand in comparison to some of his rivals, but of course it is warm here once again. So Shepperton Lodge, one of the more interesting contenders for this, our 4th race. Now here's a horse who's certainly got the ability to win this. This is number 12, Poster Paint. I mentioned the run at Meydan on turf that involved Shepperton Lodge a little bit earlier on. Well, Poster Paint was back in 3rd on that occasion. Shepperton Lodge finished in 4th. And Poster Paint certainly has the ability, as we say. He's obviously switching back to the dirt Poster Paint. I guess the real issue with him is that many a time he's seduced us into thinking that he's going to win a race and hasn't quite gone through with it. He's got lots of ability. And if he's in the mood and in the right place, then he's got a big chance. Of course, also has to be taken into account that he's drawn in stall 11. Tiger Share has really been tested this evening so far. He managed to pass one of those with Grey Boss. Not quite so good because, unfortunately, 6 Speed was a little bit slow out of the gates. But he's going to be tested here again on Poster Paint from stall position number 11. A trainer who's made a very good start to the evening is Ahmad Bin Amash, and he's got a fair few runners in this. And one of those is Ezaj, who certainly managed to get into good form last season, won at Sharjah and Meydan at the end of last year. His most recent run came here at Meydan on the dirt back in February. We haven't seen him since. Again, another one who's getting a bit warm. It took him a few runs to hit top stride. If he does that again, then obviously he might be a bit vulnerable, but he comes from a stable who are clearly going very well at the moment. Horse number 2, Book Review. I like the way he finished off last season. He actually ran really well over 10 furlongs when he's second to El Yabri. This was back in February, and then his last run, which came at the end of February, he finished 7th behind Classic City, but I think there was more to that run than the eventual finishing position suggests. The way the race unfolded, he was caught a little bit deeper than I'm sure his rider Bernardo Pinheiro would have wanted to have been, and as a consequence he was better than that finishing position. So I think he could be an interesting runner if he gets away well from the gates in stall 6 and he can race prominently. Then I think Book Review might be of some interest. The loading up process is well underway now for this, our 4th race. I'm just seeing going forward horse number 10, Dubai Welcome, for Mohammed Al Marouki, Ray Dawson riding the grey son of Dubawi, now 8 years of age. So just a few more left to come forward. Let's head up to the commentary box once again and to Pat.
Thank you, Rishi. A couple more to come forward here. Poster Paint is going to do it from the wide alley. It's going to be a bit of a concern, but we will see how he fares in the first 3 or 4 seconds. We'll know a bit more then. Al Mukhtar coming forward. Ahmed bin Hamish with the 2 runners here. He's had a nice night so far, 2 winners. Union Security there winning well in the last. Here's Katab loading forward. Only a couple to come up. Deciduous. He will be brought up into line here as well. He'll be a bit concerned, I'd say, with the brown stuff underneath him. He's usually on the green turf, but a nice starting point for him. And we'll see a lot of these horses heading onto the turf. 1,900 metres ahead of them, set to go here. Race number 4 on the card. Ready and away. And it was Magic Petition to the inside who jumped cleanly. Book Review out well, hustled forward. Poster Paint's going to be 3 deep into the first bend, but in the first group. Poster Paint down deeper with Ezaj, Arabian Tail in behind them. 2.5 lengths back into the second division. Katab leads them up 3 wide from Al Mukhtar, Shepperton Lodge. 1.5 lengths back to Moonshiner from Deciduous Dubai Welcome Arlan last. Inside the 1,500 they go. Book Review leads them here. And he heads out onto the back, a narrow margin in front. 1.5 lengths to Magic Petition, who's going to let the speed go here. Onto the back they travel. As they head to midway, Poster Paint's now outside the leader in second. Back about 3 lengths in 4th position is Ezaj. 1.5 lengths to Arabian Tail, 1/2 length Katab. A length and 3/4 to Shepparton Lodge, half a length Al Mukhtar, and a similar margin back to Dubai Welcome, doing it tough 3 wide. Then came Deciduous, Moonshiner next, and Arlan's seen them all the entire way. So they head inside the 950 metre mark and work to the back corner. And it's Book Review who leads the way. Up in second position, Poster Paint getting a nice run now. In behind them, Magic Petition and Izage smoked the pipe in third and fourth. Then came Arabian Tale. Katab worked upon. Shepparton Lodge looks like he'll have something to offer, but he's hemmed away on the inside, 4 back the fence from Al Mukhtar. Dubai Welcome, Deciduous, Moonshiner going backwards, and Arlan starts a looping run. Poster Paint hits the lead here as they head to the top of the straight in race number 4. Half a length now on Book Review. The runs are coming. Shepparton Lodge has got out now with a run. He's the one. Then came Izage from Magic Petition. Arabian Tale, Al Mukhtar. Up in front, Shepparton Lodge has coasted up to them. Shepparton Lodge with 200 metres and change left to travel. He's left them for dead. Shepparton Lodge 3 or 4 lengths clear of Al Mukhtar. Arabian Tale, Poster Paint dropping away. It's a one-act affair. Shepparton Lodge, home you go. Shepparton Lodge by the best part of 8 lengths. Steams home to win and dominates race number 4. Second over, Arabian Tale. Third, Al Mukhtar. Photo fourth, Magic Petition. Poster Paint dropped away from Deciduous. Book Review. A gap back to Arlan. Then came Moonshiner, followed there by Izage, who dropped away to finish up with the cab catchers. Katab and Dubai Welcome join him. He was the winner a long way out. Needed a lot of luck. 4 back the fence, but he was absolutely bolting. 8 lengths he's going to go on and win this by, at least 9 lengths. Shepparton Lodge has cantered in here in race number 4, and that's a nice impressive start. Welcome to the winner's circle, William Pereira, and Masaba Al-Maheri picks up his first here for the Meydan season.
And a landmark moment for Argentinian jockey William Pereira, his first night riding here at Meydan, and he's enjoyed an armchair ride on Shepparton Lodge, who was cruising. Pat spotted that a while into the race, and then as they turned into the straight and he got clear sailing, Shepparton Lodge has blown right past the field. Poster Paint tying up, as did Book Review, who had to work very hard. Al Mukhtar was staying on for a moment. It looked as if he might get second before Arabian Tale battled back to maybe take that position just before the line. But Shepparton Lodge was in another sphere compared to his rivals. Arabian Tale got second ahead of Al Mukhtar, and they were in a heap in behind. But this was a rotten horse race from a long way out. Shepparton Lodge cruised into it, and this is a horse, although he is really bred for the turf by Lope de Vega out of a Duke of Marmalade mare. He had a good draw in stall 1, his first run since that disappointing back-end finish at Jebel Ali at the end of last season, but fresh for his return. He cruised into it, and really there was 1 horse in it, the rest too far behind to count. But Al Mukhtar denied for second by Arabian Tale. No real excuses in behind those. You'd say Poster Paint has had his chance once again. Maybe he'll be a bit fitter next time. Same sort of comments apply to Book Review, who had to work very hard to get the lead in the early part of the race under Bernardo Pinheiro, and paid for that in the closing stages. But it's Shepparton Lodge who has beaten Arabian Tale. Al Mukhtar, Magic Petition has stuck on well to finish back in 4th, and in the end Poster Paint having moved the contention to take the lead into the home straight, finish back in 5th. Book Review in 6th. Watch out for Deciduous when he returns back onto the turf. But this is more about the horse and rider. Well done to Shepparton Lodge. He's set for an improved season, but also a huge occasion for the winning rider, William Pereira.
And the unofficial numbers here, 6, 1, 8 and 5. 6, 1, 8 and 5. Shepparton Lodge, a winner, 2 minutes, 0.66. The winner stops the clock at 9 by a half length. The handicapper is going to look after him well and truly there. 6, 1, 8 and 5. Shepparton Lodge trots in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back the winner of our fourth race, the Emirates Sky Cargo Handicap. It was won by Shepperton Lodge, a 4-year-old Chester colt by Lope de Vega out of Sultanate, owned by Abu Bakr Kadura, trained by Musaba Al-Mahiri. But what about the winning rider? His first time riding at Meydan tonight, all the way from Argentina. A round of applause for William Barrera!
Help you to translate if you want, because he doesn't speak any English.
Okay, all right. We have a translator to help me talk to William Barrera. If you want to stand alongside us, and we'll walk back together.
All right.
But you can ask what this success means, first of all.
¿Qué te parece la primera carrera que ganaste?
Nada, que la verdad que muy contento y muy feliz. La primera vez que estoy acá en Dubái. Y bueno, la verdad que feliz por mi primera victoria acá.
He's very happy to win his first race here in Dubai, and it's the first time he come out of the Argentinian, and he's very excited to keep riding and be a success here.
What was the success like in this race? How confident was he?
¿Cómo te sentiste durante la carrera? ¿Qué tan confiante venía el caballo durante la carrera?
Y bueno, de mitad de carrera en adelante, siempre se puso cómodo el caballo y bueno, y entrando a la recta la verdad que se puso bien para ganar y bueno, lo dejé ahí y la verdad que ganamos muy linda carrera.
He was traveling very well, and from the middle of the race to the winning post he was traveling even better. So, and when he comes to the straight, he feel like he have a lot of horse, and he showed that.
Well, tell him that we wish him huge congratulations and that we hope that we can do this more often.
Que te felicitan y que esperan tenerte más seguido en el círculo de ganadores.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Bueno, saludos para toda la gente.
Bueno.
Gracias.
And correct weight is given in race number 4, the Emirates Sky Cargo. 6-1, 8 and 5, 6-1, 8 and 5. Shepparton Lodge, a winner, 2 minutes, .66. Margins, 9 by a half. Correct weight, race 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our 4th race of the evening, the Emirates Sky Cargo, and we thank Emirates once again for their sponsorship of this race and indeed of tonight's 7 races here at Meydan, in addition to their continued support here of racing throughout the season at this lovely racecourse. Stepping forward to make the presentation is Mr. Khalid Mohammed Al-Hanai, the Vice President, Cargo Commercial Operations, Africa, Middle East, and GCC and UAE Sales. The winner of the race, and obviously celebrating a first ever win in the UAE here at Meydan, the winning rider from Argentina, William Pereira. But it was Shepparton Lodge, trained by Musaba Al-Mahiri. Please welcome his owner, Abu Bakr Kadura, to the stage.
And welcome back to the parade here. We're heading to race number 5 on the card. It is the Emirates Airline over the 1,600 metres, a 80 to 100 handicap. Number 2 is our first horse, Arabic Legend, for the Michael Costa camp. Silvestre de Souza rides, the 4-year-old son of Dubawi, rather. He's had the 7 starts for 1 win and 2 seconds. He makes his UAE debut. On to number 1, Mount Kosciuszko. He's off the rating of 99. Our highest rated horse here this evening, the 6-year-old gelding by National Defence. He's a 5-time winner with 8 minor placings to his name as well. And he finished up last time out over 1950 enlisted company at Jebel Ali. We saw him win at Jebel Ali last season. He has had a pretty nice couple of seasons here in the UAE and flies the banner for Sky Racing in race number 5. Number 5 is our next runner, Kalidasa. Chantal Sutherland rides for Bhupat Seema and Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate. Last seen on the turf at Meydan here on the 7th of February. That was in a 90 to 110. Drops in grade and heads over onto the turf. The turf, a bit of an unknown here for the gelding by Frankel. 3 is Cupid's Dream. 4-year-old gelding by Dubawi, William Pereira and Masaba El Meheri are looking for a race-to-race double here after a dominant display by Shepherd and Lodge in the last. Cupid's Dream should sit handy from gate number 2 and looks a likely hope here in a race that certainly suits. Number 4, Quality Humour. These colours victorious in race number 1 with dark saffron. Saif Al-Balushi rides for Ahmed bin Hamish, looking for a 3rd winner this evening for Sultan Ali. A 1-time winner from 22 starts, 9 minor placings, and last seen at the races over 1,400 metres at Jebel Ali. First up over 1,600. A bit of a longer trip than we've seen him over first up in past preps. 6 is Lasso Dude, Tygo Shea for Bhupat Seema and Shadwell, the 6-year-old gelding by Warfront. Was a season campaigner at Jebel Ali last season. First up here at Meydan this time around, looking to notch up a 5th win here. This horse has accrued around 325,000 dirhams so far in his 21-start career. Well, hats off to Laresh. He's a money spinner. He was in the money last time out when he was first up. He ran a really good race first up last year. He strikes a similar race here. He's off 93. Richard Mullen will do the riding here for Musaba Al Meheri and Mr. Nasser Asker. He's accrued 500,000 dirham in his 21-start career. He's only won 2 races, so he's been running in some high-level events and running well in those also. And hopefully we see him run a good race here again. La Resh, another worthy contender in race 5. Al Jadaf 2 seasons ago was absolute hot commodity first up and second up. We did see him progress through to contesting a listed race about 3rd up 2 seasons ago. Last season he was a little bit more quiet. This time around, hopefully that was just a bit of an off season. We see him backfiring here again. His ratings dropped back down to 91 and well, he's going to find this a lot easier than the Group 3 company he contested over this track and distance in January of this year on Super Saturday. Arigato gozaimasu is first up, coming off a Oaks campaign last season. Draws well here, looks the speed in the race and expect to be in front and the one to chase at the turn. Arigato gozaimasu will take plenty of fitness from this, but it looks to be a nice starting point. The mile may be stretching it. She may be a little bit wanting at the back end of this race. The stablemate's going to love the speed in the event, Made in Dubai. He'll be getting back, and if they are stopping up in front and something's flashing from the back, it could be him. Made in Dubai, the 6-year-old by More Than Ready, has his 26th start here tonight. And Case El Basaidi will ride, spotting the black cap. Here is Injazati, the son of Knight of Thunder, beaten a length and a quarter in Meydan in the 4th of March 2023. He's had a long time off the scene, 1.25 lengths off Salute the Soldier in a Group 1. This is dropping right back, but he's off a very, very long break here. 979 days since his last start. Smart System is the 12, the 5-year-old gelding here. Ray Dawson rides for Ali Al-Badwawi, and he steps out for his 12th career start here, looking for win number 3. And we're joined by Rishi Prasad very shortly here with Julio Olajuara. Million Doro, our last horse to look at. Drawn 1, Sam Hitchcock carries the 54 kilos here and hopes to do it well off the lightweight. A nice winner over this track and trip in March last year. Rishi, down to you with Julio.
Yes, Pat, thank you very much. Let's start by asking him about Mount Kosciuszko, who, if he's at his best, Julio, he's definitely a big player in this race. Is he at his best for this run today?
Well, it looks like yes. Hopefully he will perform and will have a good run. He's been training well. It's a really nice horse. Looks like he's getting better season by season, so hopefully he will be running well.
And just tell me, with this being the first meeting of the season here at Meydan, what about your team? How excited are you for what's to come this season?
Well, it's been a long summer, hard for all the team, but luckily we start the races now and everything gets going. Hopefully we get some nice winners.
And can I just ask you about the rider of the winner in our previous race, William Pereira? Obviously a landmark moment for him and for racing in South America.
Exactly, that's great. Great for him. He really is a really talented jockey. It's no news that South America produces good horsemen and especially good jockeys. So I'm super happy for him. It's not a surprise because he was running at a very good level in Argentina, so I'm sure he will continue to perform doing well.
Good jockeys and good trainers. Best of luck.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. PHI Advertising supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award tonight here at Meydan, and in our 5th race it has gone to number 7, Ladesh, who's looked after by Mohamed Riaz Attar, who is in the winner's enclosure now along with Mohamed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. I know when I was chatting away to Mohamed, he was so happy to win this award. There he is. He is loving every moment of it. The smile is out. Might have won faces at the races as well. Mohamed, thank you very much. And also thank you to Mohamed Morsi in PHI Advertising, and best of luck to Ladesh in race 5. Well, I had the pleasure of speaking to Silvestre de Souza early on this evening, and he mentioned that he was quite looking forward to his ride on Arabic Legend, a horse who I spoke about this horse's pedigree. He's by Dubawi, and on the dam side he's related to loads of good horses, including horses that have won at the highest level. His dam Sheikha Reka was very smart back in the day. And being by Dubawi, there was a fair bit of hope that this horse would prove to be quite useful, and certainly he did prove to be of a very smart standard in the UK when he was with, amongst others, Carl Burke and Andrew Balding. He is now with Michael Costa, and he's hugely interesting as he makes his first ever run on dirt. Being by Dubawi here at Meydan on the dirt, we know they have a very decent record, and if he can translate his turf form, or the best of his turf form, to the dirt, then he would have a very good chance. That's Arabic Legend going down with the red hood and the pony, hopefully going down nice and steady and able to reserve his absolute best for once the race begins. Horse number 3 is Cupid's Dream, getting a bit warm. And William Pereira, well, he is looking for his second winner on the card. Had a landmark moment and kindly gave us an interview through a translator. And he's aboard Cupid's Dream here. In fact, all his rides this evening have all carried a fair bit of hope, certainly once the gates have opened. And Cupid's Dream, I would imagine, carries a fair bit of hope as well. This horse ran well on a few occasions last season, including on his comeback run last year. He travelled well, that was over 10 furlongs. He's dropped back in trip to a mile this evening. And he ran well all through the season. And he even beat Mount Kosciuszko at the back end of last year. Obviously, he's gone up a little bit in the handicap, meaning that he'll have to improve. But he's young enough and unexposed enough to certainly be capable of that. Horse number 12 is Smart System. And there he is, Smart System, Ali Al-Badwawi, Ray Dawson. His horse who's got a bit of speed about him. He won over 7 furlongs back in January, and then he won successive races over 6 furlongs. And he's a horse that is clearly capable of really good form over either trip. Obviously, this is a different test for him today as he goes up to the mile. The last time he was over a mile was, what was it, 2 years ago here at Meydan. Didn't run too badly on that occasion. And he's a horse who's clearly open to a bit more improvement as well. Haven't seen him to his full extent, even though he's a 5-year-old. He's only had 11 runs. So Smart System, another interesting contender. Loading up process underway now. Must mention Arigato Gozaimasu for Pat, who I'm sure will be hoping that she can get away well from her post position in number 4 and reproduce her very best form from last season. That would certainly put her very much in the mix. So those are some of the leading contenders for this, our feature race of the evening. Race number 5, this Emirates Airline Handicap. Let's see how it all unfolds as we head up and join Pat.
Thank you, Rishi, and it is Arigato Gozaimasu who makes its way up into the gates here. The filly will need to be, I'd say, fit enough to be winning this. We'll see her in front. I'd say she'll be leading. And well, she was out by an absolute panels in the UAE Oaks to be run down by Queen Azteca on that day. She can be a little wanting in the late stages, and first up, you'd say she's going to be vulnerable. That may set up for a couple of horses right up the top here. Mount Kosciuszko, he's getting out to a massive price overseas, 20-1 available now for him. And well, it's going to say that there's a fair few off him, but a lot of these will appreciate the speed that the filly will bring. And we'll see her jump from 4. Ready to go, racing. And Arigato Gozaimasu was away fast with any of them. Million Doro works up. Smart System was handy. Then came next to him running there, Al Jadaf, who's into the first 4 or 5 with Cupid's Dream, getting a handy run now. Then came back in the field, Kalidasa from Lasso Dude wider. Arabic Legend next, a gap there to La Resh and Quality Humour, and further back, Mount Kosciuszko watching it all unfold with Injazadi first up here today for over 900 days, joined by Mount Maiden Dubai at the back of the field as they make their way to the 1,000-metre marker here in race number 5, and it is Arigato Gozaimasu who takes over the lead. A length and a half in advance of Smart System, looking to notch up an early winner here. Then came Million Doro, Cupid's Dream getting a good run. Calidas's chiming in 3 wide as well, but it's done some work under Chantel Sutherland. Deeper out on the course as well, working into it. El Jadaf, a gap to Lasso Dude, Quality Humour. Arabic Legend going back through the field, tracking into it well here. Mount Kosciuszko taking the inside passage from Maiden Dubai. La Resh and Injazadi has dropped out of it here off the long break. Arigato Gozaimasu dropping back through the field. Smart System and Cupid's Dream coasting into the race. Deeper out on the course here was Kalidasa. Mount Kosciuszko's picking up ground well, but will need the runs from Quality Humour. Arigato Gozaimasu's dropped away. Cupid's Dream the one. Cupid's Dream are now 3 lengths in front of Smart System. Maiden Dubai hustling home from back in the field, but Cupid's Dream's got it won. Cupid's Dream coming into the final 50 metres, and that's a double for Pereira and Al Mahiri. Cupid's Dream too smart. 4 lengths on the line, beats home Maiden Dubai, who rattled home from last as he loves to do. Smart System next over, Quality Humour. Then came Mount Kosciuszko, Lasso Dude next over from Al Jadaf, La Resh, Kalidasa and Mount Million Doro. In Jazadi, he'll take plenty of fitness from that off the long break. Arabic Legend dropped away quickly, and Arigato Gozaimasu, her race was done at the 400. Will need to get very fit after that run. Cupid's Dream just coasting along. You wouldn't want to have been supporting anything else there at the top of the straight. It was the one, and well, it was just a matter of how far. A couple of horses got very far back in the field, made good ground. Made in Dubai, a good run from him. And even Mount Kosciuszko had to lug the 62 kilos here this evening, but has made good ground. William Pereira is having a good night. That's a double for him in his first night at Meydan. And, well, that was the easiest winner of them all. And Rishi Prasad tipping it with confidence as his best of the night. And it has not disappointed. Rishi Prasad, bravo.
Bravo and bueno for the winning rider, William Pereira, from Argentina. His first night here at Meydan, and already a double in the bag. And he cruised round on Cupid's Dream, in fairness. He was sort of running in the 3-lane into the home straight, but this horse had travelled so comfortably, as he did on his comeback run last season, and he's won with a fair bit in hand. Made in Dubai, as you mentioned, Pat, as he often does, making up some ground late on to grab second. That was a fine effort from him under Case Al-Busaidi. But Cupid's Dream showed a fair bit of ability last season and has returned with the same sort of promise once again. He travelled with nice ease through the race, and of course the horse that you expected to go forward, Arigato Gozaimasu, did that again, but she checked out very tamely and now has a few questions to answer after a disappointing effort. Mount Kosciuszko was held up in the early stages and has actually run pretty well ultimately. I think he's finished back in about 5th. Smart System, who had every chance turning into the straight, just took the lead briefly before Cupid's Dream grabbed hold of him. Finished back in 3rd, and a decent effort from Quality Humour in 4th. But it is Cupid's Dream winning for the 2nd time here at Meydan, and with that in mind, it's also a 2nd win from William Pereira. He's got one more ride to come on Military Artist this evening, but what a fabulous start to his time here in Dubai and his time here at Meydan. Top rider in Argentina, proving himself here on one of the biggest stages in the sport of horse racing. William Pereira, already a night he will never forget.
Unofficial numbers here for the Emirates Airline over the mile. 3, 10, 12 and 4. 3, 10, 12 and 4. Cupid's Dream, your winner, 139.34. 3 1/4 by 1.5. 3, 10, 12 and 4. Race number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just had the running of our feature race of the night, the Emirates Airline Handicap, over 1,600 meters on the dirt, and it was won by the 4-year-old Bear gelding by Dubawi out of Valentine's Day, owned by local Creator Racing, trained by Musaba Al-Maheri, and a second winner on the night for Meydan newcomer from Argentina, William Pereira. Let's have a round of applause for your winner, Cupid's Dream. Bueno dos. Second. Well done. I'm going to want Williams in between us. William Pereira has done it again. Just ask him first of all how easy that victory was.
¿Qué tan fácil fue la carrera?
Y bueno, la verdad que el caballo me ayudó en todo momento, ¿no? Siempre vino ahí encimando la carrera. Y bueno, la verdad que cuando entró la recta siempre me vi ganador.
The horse make it very easy, and he traveled very well. And when he comes to the straight, he could already feel like he will win the race.
Now, when he came here this evening, if someone had told him he would have 2 winners, what would he have said?
Que cuando viniste hoy acá, que pensaste que si alguien te decía que iba a ganar 2 carreras, ¿qué dirías vos?
Y no, la verdad que ganar una carrera además ya es un sueño, más acá en este hipódromo. Bueno, cómo no ganando 2, ¿no? La verdad que muy feliz y muy agradecido con toda la gente de acá que siempre me da el apoyo.
Well, he didn't expect it. He was just really happy if he hadn't been winning 1 race, and he's very happy to get the support he get and the people who surrounded him, and he just wants to thank everybody.
And the last thing, someone here recently just told me that he is the Messi of jockeys. The Argentine Messi jockey. So tell me, what does that reputation mean to him?
Que alguien le dijo que vos sos como el Messi de Argentina en la carrera de caballo. ¿Qué quiere decir sobre eso?
No sé si Messi, la verdad que Messi es una leyenda muy grande. Pero bueno, la verdad que hacemos lo que podemos. Y bueno, muy contento y muy feliz. Déjame mandar un saludo a toda la gente de Argentina que bueno, que me está mirando.
Messi, he's a legend, he said. And he always tried to do his best, and he just wants to say hello to all the Argentinian people, and he's just happy to be here.
Congratulations, bueno.
Bueno, gracias.
And correct weight is given here in race number 5. 3:10, 12 and 4. 3:10, 12 and 4. 1:39.34 winner's time. 3 1/4 by 1.5. The winner, Cupid's Dream.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the presentation for our feature race of the evening, Race 5, Emirates Airline. This handicap won in magnificent style by Cupid's Dream. And once again, we welcome to the stage Mr. Adil Al-Gaith, the Senior Vice President, Commercial Operations. And once again, our deepest thanks to Emirates for their support tonight's racing and indeed of racing at Meydan throughout this season. Let's welcome up the winning owners of Cupid's Dream. Huge round of applause for Local Creator Racing. And now, stepping forward, after a second winner of the evening, a huge round of applause for the winning trainer, Musaba Al-Mahdi. And last, but by no means least, what a night for the winning rider. It is his first night here at Meydan, all the way from Argentina, described as Messi in the saddle after the great Argentinian footballer. His second winner of the evening. What a night for William Barrera! Our thanks once again to Emirates Airline for their sponsorship, and congratulations to all involved with the winner of our feature race, Cupid's Dream. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the excitement is not over yet. We still have a couple more races to go, and indeed, a couple more editions of Faces at the Races. And we are about to pick someone in the crowd who's going to give us one of those big, bright, beaming, beautiful smiles. It might be one of these. Wow, let's see what you've got. How big is your smile? How bright is your smile? Let's have a look. Who's it gonna be? There he is! Wow, he can't believe it! 500 dirhams for that. Yeah, you got it, brother. Well done. Yes, you have won the 3rd edition of Faces at the Races. You look very smart. Wow, is that Tom Cruise? Yes, it is. And now, your mission impossible is to find your way to Concourse 3. Good luck with that, sir. This message will self-destruct after the 3rd edition of Faces at the Races.
And welcome back here to the parade as the runners get set here for race number 6 on the program. Let's head into the parade. Number 1 is Action Point here, the 4-year-old gelding by Blue Point. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Salam bin Gadayab. Second last time out behind Pen Portrait, over 1,400 metres. He starts over a shorter trip this time around, first up. But here's a horse that on his day can put in a very good run. Roadblock was a 1,200 metre winner, albeit at Abu Dhabi on the turf. He's on the dirt here this evening. He's no stranger to it, but his best results have been on the turf in recent times. He can put his best foot forward and be competitive in this race if he does get luck at the right time. Border Edge, without winning, has been very consistent of late in the back end of last season. He mixed his runs on the turf and on the dirt. He comes out of the same race as Roadblock at the back end of that season there. He's a two-time winner rather, from 13 starts, and he'll be very much in his comfort zone at 1,200 metres. We'll see Bark El Emirat winning a race, I'd say, through the season. Whether or not he needs the run tonight or not, we will have to wait and see. But he is a honest campaigner, honest as the day is long, and you'll see him in the winner's circle once or twice this year. Will it be tonight? I'm not so sure, but if he's forward enough, he's definitely a contender. 5 is Sunny Street, Case Albacete for Salim bin Gadaya. It's another runner here looking for further than 1,200 metres. Probably a bit sharp for him, and his recent runs weren't promising at all. Six is El Muzen. Will need luck from the wide gate here coming into the race. A second placing in its last 3 runs. Silvestre de Souza retains the ride here. Will need to show some speed and be up in the mix here, but coming into a 60 to 80 once again should see him in amongst the runners. Last seen down the straight here at Meydan. Former Michael Costa runner Lejuge went through the sale last year, has been picked up here by Masaba Al Maheri for Rashid Al Shehi and Tawfiq Muhammad. They've got Lejuge here, who hopefully can run well here for the new camp. 5-year-old gelding by Showcasing, and he has his 9th career start tonight, does Lejuge. 8 is Sarum, draws 1 here for Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Maktoum. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combine. Yet to break through or finish in the top 3 in his 5 starts to date. Would need to improve. Nine is Dukedom. His best runs have come here over 6 at Meydan, so that's a promising sign for him. We'll see how he fares here in this upcoming event. Dukedom, and also another runner changing stables now in the care of Julio Olajuara. 10 is My Kind of Day for Victor Salgado, Rashid Borsley. 8-year-old gelding by Exceed and Excel. 2-time winner from 25 starts, but has not been anywhere near the winner's circle in a very long time. Would need to see him improve before tipping him with confidence. And last but not least is Batran, the 7-year-old gelding by Camacho. Alia Tiar gets a night race and night ride here at Meydan this evening for Ahmed Al Nayedi. Probably a little outclassed here in this race, but best of luck to them, having a crack here in race number 6. That's our runners for the 6th event, and they are making their way to the tunnel. This one for 175,000 dirham, the Emirates Holidays over 6 furlongs.
PHI Advertising supporting the Best Turned Out Horse Award, and in our penultimate race, number 6, it has gone to horse number 8, Sadim, who is looked after by Maiden Singh. And Maiden Singh is currently in the winner's enclosure along with Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, and he's receiving his prize now. And this is Maiden Singh's first Best Turned Out award of the season. I have seen him in here before. I think we may well see him again this season. Our thanks to PHI Advertising. Well done, Maiden. Top work. And good luck to Sadim in our upcoming race. Well, let's just have a look at a few of the leading contenders for this, our penultimate race, starting with horse number 6. Silvestre de Souza suggested that he would be the best of his rides of the night, and it is number 6, Al Muzan, who has got an awkward draw in stall number 10, but he is a course and distance winner. He was in good form at the back end of last year, filling those runner-up spots here in January, February, and the 2 runs in February. The last time, obviously, was on turf. Prior to that, it was on the dirt at Jebel Ali and then back on the turf here at Meydan. So pretty versatile, pretty consistent, generally runs his race. And if he had been slightly better drawn, you'd have even more confidence in Al Muzan, who is generally pretty consistent. He's run probably 1 bad race in his last half a dozen starts. So expect a big run from Al Muzan. Let's move on and talk about the horse at the top. That is number 1, Action Point, who is amongst the market leaders on the international markets. This horse last seen finishing 2nd here at Meydan. That indeed was over a furlong further, 7 furlongs. He's back over 6 furlongs today. He has shown a bit of form over 6, indeed over shorter in the past. He used to be trained back in the UK by Archie Watson as a 2-year-old. He was actually pretty smart. He was always considered quite a decent horse. Won a really good prize at Newbury early on in his career. Sort of lost his way a little bit, but he improved for Salim bin Gadaya, and proved at the end of last season he was getting the hang of things with his best run coming. at the end of last season here at Meydan. So back down to 6 furlongs. I don't think that'll be against him. I think that might be in his favour. Let's head up and join Pat for our penultimate race.
Thank you, Rishi. Yes, it's been a lovely night of racing. I'm very shocked to see the crowd. I expected a good crowd here tonight, that's for sure, but so many people getting involved with the racing here tonight. It's wonderful to see, and Meydan Racing is back better than ever. Let's get ready to go. The penultimate event, and they're set. Away now to the best line of the night, Bark Al Emirat a little slow with Batran, speed from Al Muzan from the deep. He may find the top here under D'Souza. Then came Sarum, deeper out My Kind of Day. Border Edge is in amongst them in about 4th position. Tracked in turn by Action Point, who's on a wide course from Roadblock. Then came Dukedom dropping back. Next was Bark Al Emirat working up the inside from Le Juge. A gap to Sunny Day and Batran. My Kind of Day at any old price overseas leads by a half length. Al Muzan being shoved along a little bit. Action Points had no luck 3 wide. 4 deep to Roadblock. Then came Dukedom. Bark Al Emirat continuing to work through. Next was Le Juge. They've dropped away from Sunny Day and Batran as they swing the bend now. And it's My Kind of Day. Al Muzan still with plenty of room to work through. Action Point deeper out. Roadblock's got all the momentum. Roadblock out wider. Gobbles them up very, very quickly here inside the 300 metres. He's got 2 lengths to find. Now coming is Border Edge. Border Edge storming home the inside. A Ding Dong go down to the line. Up in front, Roadblock needs the post, staving off Border Edge for now, who's come to the end of his run. Roadblock goes on to win by a length and a half. Border Edge second over. Sarum third. A nice run from him at a price. Then came Dukedom, Le Juge, Al Muzan Plain from Bark Al Emirat. Next over, Sunny Street from Action Point, who had no luck in running. My Kind of Day dropped away, and Batran was last throughout. Roadblock, Connor Beasley with a double on the night. He picks up another. And congratulations to Osama Rafai. He's been able to get Roadblock going incredibly well. He was reeling into the race at the right time. Border Edge certainly presented with a run, but felt the pinch there with 100 to go, and Roadblock had enough in hand. Double for Connor Beasley on the night, and a big congratulations to Syed Hashish and Mrs. Hannah Rafai, our winning owners here. Roadblock victorious in race number 6.
The benefit of a previous run, and that certainly seemed to suit, because this horse has had a pretty rough trip. He didn't have the best start, and then he switched out wide to get clear sailing while others crossed across in front of him. And he was off the bridle, being ridden along by Connor Beasley, who must get a lot of plaudits for this ride. This was a really excellent effort. Then going into the bend, obviously Al Muzan towards the head of affairs. Action Point, another of the fancied runners, is just moving up on the shoulder of the leaders as well, alongside My Kind of Day. And Roadblock is now ending up 3 and then 4 wide as they turn into the straight. So a really tough trip for Roadblock at this point. And into the straight, he's just on the wing of the leaders. But I thought when he might be getting tired now, he's actually found a bit more into the straight. Border Edge, who was in about 5th or 6th position at this stage, has suddenly started to make inroads into Roadblock's lead. And for a moment, just about here, I thought Border Edge was going to run past him. But in fairness to Roadblock, it looked as if he responded under Connor Beasley, perhaps knowing that the other horse was coming to him. And he's dug in really courageously to see off Border Edge. Sarum has run really well on his first run of the season as well. He, of course, was the best turned down. And have a look at the run that he's had. He was trapped in behind horses, behind My Kind of Day and Al Muzan. And then he was switched out wide to make his challenge and ended up behind Border Edge. So I think you could probably mark up his effort a little bit more than the eventual position suggests. He would, with a cleaner, clearer run, probably have finished a bit closer to Roadblock and Border Edge. But in fairness, Connor Beasley and Roadblock, horse and rider, have produced a really huge effort, going 4 wide and being asked to do a lot in the run to that bend. I thought he was vulnerable in the closing stages. Well, Connor Beasley started the night with an armchair ride on Dark Saffron, a much different sort of ride on Roadblock here for Osama Rafai, and Roadblock from stall 7 comes home in front to give Connor Beasley a double.
And the unofficial numbers here, 2, 3, 8 and 9. 2, 3, 8 and 9. Roadblock your winner, 1:13.94 winner's time. Margins 1 1/4 by 2.5. 2, 3, 8 and 9. Race 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back the winner of our penultimate race of the evening, the Emirates Holidays Handicap over 1,200 metres. Your winner is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Street Sense out of Jan's Perfect Star, owned by Saeed Hashish and Mrs. Hannah Refai, trained by Osama Refai. A second win of the evening for Connor Beasley. Nothing was going to stand in his way. A round of applause for Roadblock. Well, it's the second win of the evening for Connor Beasley, but contrasting win. Whilst you were cruising away on Dark Saffron, you and your horse had to work really hard to earn that win tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, listen, he's a horse I haven't rode before, but obviously followed him plenty of times, and he's one of them, if he gets a little bit of kickback in his face, he doesn't enjoy it. So obviously the plan was to always get his own space, and once I did that, he actually travelled underneath me good, and I obviously knew he's won over 1,400 and 1,600 in the past, so you know he was going to always gallop to the line. Although when I got sort of 150 yards from the line, he started to just think he did enough. But listen, great credit to the trainer, and fantastic for the owner. You know, he's been a supporter of me from day one. Really, he's always given me a couple of rides, and we've had plenty of success, so I'm glad I've got one on another one, and it's won.
Just tell me about the last furlong of the race, because you had done a lot of work. You turned into the straight 4 wide, then he changed his legs and he's gone to the front. I thought you were going to empty out in that final furlong. When Border Edge came to you, it looked as if your horse duck in again.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. You know, he knows more about the job than me and you, but obviously he gets a lot further on the turf, so I had that in my mind just to, you know, put the sword to him really from turning in, and you know he probably thought he got the race done 150 yards before the line, but you know once he felt the other horse come to me, he dug deep.
Really good ride as well. Well done, Connor.
Thank you. Thanks.
And correct weight is given in race number 6, the Emirates Holidays, 2, 3, 8 and 9. Roadblock your winner, 1:13.94. Margins 1 1/4 by 2.5. Correct weight, race 6, your winner, Roadblock.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the presentation for our penultimate race of the evening, and we are delighted to make that presentation Salma Saif El Nasser, Manager E-Commerce, and once again our deepest thanks to Emirates for their generous sponsorship of racing here at Meydan this evening, and indeed of the partnership that Meydan, the Dubai Racing Club, and Emirates have shared throughout the years. What a fabulous effort from Horse, Rider and Connections. Roadblock wins this Emirates Holiday Handicap. And to represent the winning team, a round of applause for Saeed Hashish, Hannah Rafai, Osama Rafai and Nadim Majid. Congratulations to you all. Just in the pre-parade ring saddling area where these horses are just being prepared to head into the paddock in front of the crowds. And what an atmosphere we've had tonight here at Meydan. It's been buzzing. And actually it's quite nice just to come away for a moment and just go quiet, and that's what these horses are enjoying at the moment before they head down through the tunnel into the paddock. And number 5, Exculpation, looking lovely and relaxed, and was just having his legs stretched so that the girth would fit properly under the tummy. And he looks in really good during the night time, especially here where the weather's so warm. All these horses have a lovely shine on their coat. The majority of them are really good nick, and that's certainly the case was Exculpation. On his best form at the back end of last season, he just gone a bit cold, and he'll have to improve to have a really good chance. But have a look at how the lights glimmer on his back end. The powerful hindquarters, beautifully turned out. Of course, those stencils that are used to be brushed and produce those patterns on him, and he's a magnificent looking horse, and under the lights he looks in great shape. But his best form is not good enough in recent times to land a blow here. If we move camera over to the left, you'll find horse number 9 is just going to walk past in front of us. This is Trip to Rome. His trainer, Osama Refai, just had a winner. His coat not quite perhaps as smart as Exculpation. Is just heading off to join some horses on the other side. Over to the left again, horse number 6, Perfect Balance, from Bupat Sima's team. He's got the red hood on to try and keep him a little bit nice and relaxed as he wanders around. A much smaller individual, Perfect Balance, in comparison to Exculpation. Perfect Balance last seen running 4th behind Classic City. It wasn't that bad an effort. Let's have a look at horse number 4, who's Narato. I know one or two shrewd individuals like Narato's chances. Again, he's quite a sizable individual. Actually, have a look at Narato in comparison to horse number 3, Global Asset. If you can show the two of them together, well done, Shane. Really good work. But you can have a look and you can see the difference between Narato's size, not just his height, but his length, and also the strength in the back end and the shoulders in comparison to horse number 3, which is Global Asset, who's a slightly smaller model. Narato the Grey, though, is a horse that I think a lot of people fancy for this race. He's a 3-year-old who brings some decent form at the back end of last season. And speaking to his trainer Julio Olazquaga and indeed Silvestre de Sousa, both very keen on his chances. And like I say, one or two experts have had their eyes on this contest, and they certainly believe that Narato might be the pick of the Sky Racing pair. I mean, Gamekeeper was the other one that others are talking about having a pretty decent chance. But that's a look at some of the horses heading into the paddock. They'll be tiptoeing down the tunnel in just a moment, and they'll be in the paddock in front of the eyes of all still here at Meydan. Like I say, it's been a wonderful atmosphere throughout the evening, and hopefully it's all set for something wonderful in the last race. Who knows, maybe William Pereira might land a hat-trick.
And welcome back to the parade as we head here for the final time this evening. Let's head to our first horse, number 3. It is Global Asset for Maitha Al-Suwaidi and Sandro Paiva to do the riding here. He's drawn a little wide in gate number 10 here, but Look, a horse who has won in the past, albeit at Newmarket on the turf, has only had the one run in the country. That was on the turf as well. So dirt debut here for the 4-year-old son of Knight of Thunder, and we'll know more about him after this start. As the jockeys make their way out here for the final time, William Pereira, isn't he? Had a good night and a start to Meydan. Didn't start all too well. He was mowed down in the early part of the night as well on Mystery Chime, who was looking a big winning hope there in the straight. Since then, he's bolted in on 2 horses here, absolutely swinging off both runners. Cupid's Dream, arguably the winner, best winner of the 2, but Saber El Maheri will be happy with tonight's performance. He'll be absolutely stoked with how they've run. As we head on to our next horse here, and that is Naruto. Here's the grey. Julio Olajuara does the riding. Silvestre de Souza to do the steering here for Sky Racing. I thought he was the best on the card here for the connections. They've got 2 in the race. Just thought from 1, de Souza's got a good chance to box seat. He should find a nice, comfortable spot in running. And well, if he's forward enough, he's going to get a lot more favours in running than Gamekeeper, who is also owned by Sky Racing, who's going to have to work very, very hard. But they have been swooping tonight, which could play in Gamekeeper's hands. But yeah, I'm with Naruto here, and he looks ready to go here in the yard, nice and keen for his first run of the season. 5 is Exculpation. Jose Santiago rides for Salam bin Gadaya. He's been down the track his last few. I'd struggle to see him going on and winning here. He'll need the best part of 1,800 metres plus, and he's over a mile tonight. I think might be a bit too sharp here for the Son of Blame. Number 6, Perfect Balance. Tiger Shea Bupat Seema for Desert Rose Racing. A horse who has drawn a middle alley here. On his day, would be competitive in this race. He just seldom puts it together on race night, does Perfect Balance. But look, the best of Perfect Balance would be winning this race. We've just got to hopefully see him deliver that in his first up run for the year. 7 is Military Artist. William Pereira looking to finish off a nice night. Saber El Maheri looking for 3. Abu Bakar Kadora looking for a double after Shepherd and Lodge dominated earlier on in the night. The 4-year-old son of Moonings is the next we have a look at. Draws 2 here. He's had 3 wins from 13 starts. Not too shabby. He's going well. On we go to the 8, Toll Mount. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Ahmad Rashid Gadaya. Salam bin Gadaya trains. 4 wins from 35 starts. He's probably one of the more experienced gallopers here in the field. Is Toll Mount. He needs every bit of a mile. Last preparation was a tad disappointing. Hard to tip him with confidence. Osama Rafai looking for a double on the card with Roadblock getting up earlier on. Trip to Rome. He's a one-time winner from 17 starts. I tipped him a few times last season. Unfortunately, he did let me down. Richard Mullen does the riding for Syed Hashish and Mrs. Hannah Rafai. Best of luck to connections. A night 1 double would be something spectacular. Number 10, our next horse in Nastas, the second runner for Rashid Borsley for the evening. A good chunk of them scratched early. Jeff Garcia rides here for the Borsley Racing Syndicate. And he's also been a horse down the track his last few. Would need to improve a fair bit, the 7-year-old son of 60s Icon. Number 1 is the Danish galloper Dark Stream, the son of Kuroshio, who are runners who tend to love the dirt, but do prefer the shorter trips. He's a horse who's been winning and running good races out over much further ground than the normal Kuroshio progeny you would see, albeit on the turf. He's a bit of an unknown on the dirt here, and all the form lines are a bit unknown how they match up. So Hamad Al-Basadi's claim gets him down to 59.5 kilograms here, but a best of luck to Veronica Jandova and LT Racing. We'll see if the son of Kuroshio can pick up a dirt debut win. As we said, the Carroccios, they run them on the dirt non-stop in Australia, and they absolutely eat it for fun. So I'd say the breeding suggests he will handle the surface. We'll see if the form stacks up. Gamekeeper is our next horse. He is a horse who notoriously fires early in the season. We'll see if the son of Blue Point can do that. He's got a wide draw to contest with, but he is tough as nails, and I expect him to be ridden with plenty of confidence by Connor Beasley, who's hunting for a treble on the night. That's our runners. They're heading down the tunnel for the final time tonight, our final race of 7 here at Meydan.
Well, alongside me is a man, I'm sure you've seen him a couple of times after the successes of William Pereira on the card. William Segovia has been doing the translating for us, but he's multi-skilled, multi-talented, because he's also the assistant trainer to Veronica Yandova from Denmark, who trains Dark Stream in our last race. William, just very quickly, I know Veronica is not that keen to speak to us before the race, so you've got the task of telling us what we can expect from Dark Stream today.
Well, the horse has been done nothing wrong since he come to Dubai. We got him for 1.5 months ago, and actually will be his first time running dirt. So he has done nothing wrong. So we are here to compete. So he did everything right to be here.
And obviously, I've seen all the form from Klampenborg, but in trying to work out how that form matches up with the horses here, what do you decide, deduce, and how do you work it out?
Well, it's a bit tough for us, for Scandinavia, to come here, especially in a handicap race. And I mean, I believe in the horse. He has been training well, and we expect him to do a good run today. But we know how tough he can be here.
And am I right, you've got about half a dozen horses, the team, for campaigning here in Dubai?
Yeah, we've got 7 horses. So, well, we enjoy to be here.
Well, thank you very much, by the way, for all your help, and send in the bill for your work as a translator tonight. You remember, hopefully you guys win, but if you don't, then who knows, William might win it again. You have to do some translating for me again.
Well, I'm happy to help.
Or I have to improve my
Spanish.
Spanish, yes. It's not great.
Yeah.
But thank you, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. PHI Advertising supporting our Best Turned Out Horse Award, and in the final race it has gone to number 4, Narato. Like I mentioned earlier, a few shrewdies are keen on the chances of the big grey, and he's caught the eye of the judges for the Best Turned Out Award, thanks to PHI Advertising, and thanks as well to a very special guest helping us make the presentation. Melody is here. She rides horses herself. She was telling us just a few moments ago she appreciates what a good-looking horse is like, and she's alongside Mohamed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, who's presenting the prize to Pep Singh, who looks after Narato. So we wish them the very best of luck. Thank you to Mohamed Morsi, PHI Advertising, and a special thanks to Melody for all your help with our Best Turned Out award. Well, here are a couple of horses that we feel will have a big chance in our final race, starting with number 2, Gamekeeper, for Omar Bin Amash and Connor Beasley, who've had a very good night. This horse actually showed some really good form early last season here in the UAE, won on his debut at Meydan just about a year ago. Horse number 4 is the other big contender, Narato, who's been taken down to post relatively slowly by Silvestre de Souza. He hasn't won a race just yet, but he's pretty consistent. He's got a good draw, and if he finds any improvement, he's going to be in the picture in the closing stages. Horse number 6, Perfect Balance, is also one that must enter the calculations. Now, he's not always the most consistent horse, but he has won over course and distance, and he can go well fresh. And of course, his trainer, Bupat Seema, has had a winner tonight on the card, as has Tygo Shea. Well, number 1 is indeed Darkstream. We spoke to William Segovia, who of course is assistant trainer to Veronica Jandova. And Darkstream has won a number of times on the turf in Denmark, and he's making his dirt debut. Of course, Pat Comerford, who would probably know more about the sire than most of us, pointing out that Caroccio has actually got a fair record with dirt runners. So that's something to bear in mind as this horse switches surface. And of course, he's one of 7 horses for Veronica Jandova to campaign here in Dubai. Horse number 8 is Tolmount. We've seen Tolmount go around the race courses around the UAE for a while. He won a few times at Jebel Ali. He's also won here at Meydan over this distance, and of course he won here a year ago. But really his best form has been a little bit in the distant past, although he has come down in the handicap, and if he can rediscover some of that old form, then I think you can include him in your calculations. Loading up process well underway for this our finale, and also, who knows, maybe William Pereira isn't done yet. He of course rides Military Artist, could give him a 3rd winner on his first night of racing here at Meydan. That will be something. Let's head up to the commentary box for the final time to the Rebel PC.
Thank you, Rishi Prasad. Thank you very much. We've got a couple more left to load. Yeah, you mentioned Darkstream, Caroccio. See him run on the dirt in Australia. It's a bit different style of dirt. You'd probably say more similar to Jebel Ali, but has side a Group 1 winner. Sava 2XL in Australia has Caroccio, and Darkstream. He's not a breed you'd see too often in this part of the world. Ready to go. And racing, the way they go, Tolmount broke cleanly along with Military Artist. Out wider was Exculpation, who's getting on speed with Global Asset. Gamekeepers jumped well. Narato's had the field come across him here as well. He's had to settle for a spot in the second half of the field. From Nastas, Perfect Balance is the tail ender. It's Tolmount leading a half length to Exculpation. The Bingadai runners run 1 and 2. Global Asset doing a very tough out wide. A Dark Stream next, followed there by up on the inside Military Artist. Then came Gamekeeper, who's had to take his medicine and slide back here, and he's got a bit of cover. Trip to Rome comes around them from Nastas. Then came up on the inside Narato. You can see D'Souza, he's screaming at the riders in front of him as well. He's going a lot keenly and a lot faster than a few of the others in front of him are allowing him. Then came Nastas, and Perfect Balance is last of all. It's Tolmount, 700 metres left to go in the final event by half a length to Darkstream, who presents. Gamekeeper out wide, and Narato sweats on and out and gets it now, followed by up on the inside in Military Artist, who's got something to give. Then came Nastas from Exculpation, followed by Trip to Rome. Perfect Balance out to the end. Global Asset up on the outside. It's Narato who goes with Gamekeeper. Tolmount still a narrow leader. Up on the outside, Narato now finding more the grey. Narato takes over from Tolmount. Running on the inside was a Military Artist. It's Narato the leader. He's all out up in front, but finds a little bit more now. Narato extending away, and Narato for SDS takes the last here at Meydan. 3 lengths on the line, beats home Military Artist. Dropping away into third position was Tolmount from Perfect Balance. Then came next over Gamekeeper, a little plain in the late stages. Dark Stream dropped away in the final part. Exculpation was next from Nastas, and the last two to greet the judge were Trip to Rome and Global Asset. Narato. Well, the wonders of modern technology. We get that head-on camera, and I took my eyes off the binoculars for a small second, and all I could see was Silvestre de Souza screaming at the field in front of him because he had so much horse underneath him and nowhere to go. And eventually the room appeared, and through he came. Narato goes on to win. Julio Olajuara has been able to turn this horse around after probably having a bit of a frustrating time. We'll hear more from the trainer later on, but they have had a frustrating time getting him right. And, well, tonight he has shown his true colours. He's dropped enough in the rating points, and a very well-deserved maiden victory here for Narato at career start number 10. Silvestre de Souza takes the last here at Meydan.
That was very impressive from the big grey Narato. He's a very handsome individual, and he has moved through this race with menace, and turning into the straight he got alongside the leaders, and then in the closing stages Silvestre de Souza has asked him for maximum effort, and he has drawn away. Fine run from Military Artist. William Pereira has had a fabulous first night at Meydan, finishing second with his final ride after a couple of winners as well. But Narato, he's quite exciting because I think he wasn't even on the correct lead in that final couple of furlongs in the straight. He's probably got a little bit still to learn. This was his first run since March. Just watching him turning into the straight, he was going so well. Silvestre de Souza found a bit of room after Tolmount had made some running, and then Gamekeeper moved up on the outside, going into a challenging position, but he got tired. Tolmount eventually weakening as well. Darkstream has run okay, actually. He was just on the heels of the leaders turning for home, but just ran out at a bit of puff late on. That left Narato to go well clear in the closing stages. He, of course, is Brazilian bred, ridden by the champion jockey Silvestre de Souza from Brazil. He spoke positively about this horse's chances when we spoke to him at the start of the evening. Just looking at the way the race panned out, they seem to go a decent gallop, because not many in with a chance. The first 4, as they hit the furlong pole, well clear of everything else, and then inside that final furlong, the front 2 pulling clear as Tolmount and Gamekeeper getting tired. They finished 3rd and 4th, but it is Narato. I think he's got a little bit more to learn, even though he has won here on his comeback, but he is a big, beautiful individual. And if Julio Olajuara can bring out a little bit more in this son of Kentuckian, then who knows what sort of level he can get to. He's an exciting individual for Connections.
Certainly is, Rishi, thank you. And the Emirates Skywards numbers 4, 7, 8 and 2. 4, 7, 8 and 2. Narato, your winner, 141.32. The horse who began his career in Uruguay. 2.5 by 4.5 lengths. 4, 7, 8 and 2. Race number 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome back the final winner of the evening, owned by Sky Racing, trained by Julio Olazquaga, ridden by Silvestre de Souza, a very handsome 3-year-old grey colt by Kentuckian out of Catherine Deneuve. He had the hunger for success tonight. Let's have a big round of applause for our final winner of the evening. It is Narato! Well, we spoke to the champ at the start of the day, and we said to him, well, you've got 6 rides. What's your best chance? I think this was up there. This was certainly one of them. Narato and Al Muzzin were the 2 that I think he mentioned. Sylvester, that was a smart performance from this horse. I really like him. He's such a good-looking individual. How impressed were you?
I was very pleased the way he did, and he's a gorgeous horse. As we see, he's outstanding in parading, and Julio come to this race very confident with interest, and now everything worked out well. It was a bit of a rough race. They went really hard. I just have to avoid a couple of slow horses in front of me, and there's a bit more to come of him. I love him a mile in that deep surface out there, and you know, he's just a pleasure to ride, you know.
Can I just ask you one technical question? Did he not change leads in the straight? Did you want him to switch his leads when they turned into the home straight?
I did, but he couldn't do it. He just felt a bit tired, and I looked up, I could see the winning post, but he just did the race to come back 100%, you know, but he didn't switch leads, but that's not the issue. Sometimes he's still quicker on the wrong lead, you know.
I was going to say, with that in mind, I mean, he might be quite an exciting horse once he learns what he needs to do.
Yeah, he does. I won on him up at the hill of Jabal Ali, and I love him, and he has last year run a couple of competitive races, but this year he fell a lot better, and I think we should stick with a mile, and I think he got a big race on him.
Exciting. Well done.
Thank you.
Champ.
Correct weight in the last, 4, 7, 8 and 2. Correct weight, Narato, your winner, 141.32. Margins 2.5 by 4.5 lengths. Correct weight in the last.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final presentation of the night on an evening supported by Emirates. Our final race, the Emirates Skywards Handicap, won by a very exciting horse in Narato. And we take this opportunity to welcome to the stage Mr. James Curry, the Vice President of Skywards. He'll be making the presentation, and once again, our sincere and deepest thanks to Emirates, and indeed not just for their support of racing tonight, but through the season and through the years here at Meydan and in partnership with the Dubai Racing Club. The winner of our final race, Narato, owned by Sky Racing. Let's have a huge round of applause for the winning trainer who's receiving, on behalf of the team, Julio Olazquaga. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more bit of real excitement here at Meydan. Yeah, it's the final faces at the races. What a night we've had here at Meydan. This place has been absolutely buzzing tonight. So I'm expecting the competition for the final faces of the races to be fierce. I'm expecting fiercest at the races for the finale. Who's going to win it? Now, all we need is someone who's got a big, beautiful, bright smile to take the prize home. I think we may find our winner sooner rather than later. Who's it going to be? Is this our winner? Yes, congratulations, you've done it. You've won our hearts. I'm going to say that's the shape of a heart. Congratulations, young lady. You have now got to head over to Concourse 3 and pick up your prize of 500 dirhams, the final winner in tonight's final edition of Faces at the, there it is, Races. I much prefer it when Pat and I sit down to talk about horses because I feel so tiny next to the big guy. But I've really enjoyed, I'm saying this honestly from the bottom of my heart, Pat, I cannot remember a more exciting opening night of the season at Nad Al Sheba or indeed at Meydan. The atmosphere has been fantastic, the racing has been terrific, stellar night for William Pereira and some horses that I think we'll be hearing a lot more of.
Yeah, look, it was a great starting point. I mean, it's hit multiple facets, Richie, as you mentioned. I mean, we've got quality starting off nice and early. I mean, Dark Saffron, a horse of his quality kicking off in meeting one, something that we haven't seen. That's a great thing. I just think there's also been a couple of other really good runners who have really shown their hand as horses that potentially have matured over the last sort of season or so and are going to be, you know, big contenders. I really love that win of Narato in the last. I think he's a horse that just needs to finally figure out what to do, and once he becomes a racehorse and knows how to be a racehorse, he's going to go on leaps and bounds. And a lot of these horses, I've spoken to Julio at length, you know, a lot of these South American horses have come over and made a bit of a fool of him in the last couple of seasons because they just haven't gone to the depths and lengths that he would have hoped, and I think a lot of people would have hoped. Their marks are right down, and as a result they've got all those marks to come all the way back up, and I think the handicap is going to have an interesting time over the next couple of weeks, next couple of months as these South Americans start to find form to really get them back to where they deserve to be.
He was one of the best looking horses of the night, Narato. Really big, strong, lengthy individual, looks really well suited to the dirt in all honesty, so I think he could be very exciting. Grey Boss was interesting. You obviously touched on Dark Saffron being the class act of it, but I must ask you about William Pereira. 2 wins for him, his first night riding here at Meydan, fresh from Argentina. I mean, this is huge for him and for Argentina.
It has. It's done. It's, you know, I mean, as Julio mentioned as well in the interview earlier on, South America has bred amazing horsemen for many, many years. And look, it's great to see him come here. Look, he showed indications early of a jockey that was learning about the racing and the hustle and bustle of the dirt here, trying to find a position. And I think he learned a lot in that second race. He came out the next couple of times. He didn't panic. He let the horse go. And I mean, Shepparton Lodge was unbelievable. Cupid's Dream even more impressive. And you know, I mean, leaps and bounds. He's going to be so much more confident coming into these races now, having ridden a double tonight, and onwards and upwards for him.
Early on, before he'd ridden the winner, someone came up to me and said, Argentine, Messi, that's the man.
There you go.
In the saddle.
That's a big rap.
Well, of course, being compared to him. But in fairness, he's lived up to it tonight. So
he certainly has.
Good start. Racing in a couple of weeks' time, big race, the Dubai Creek Mile.
Yeah, look, it's always a race that seems to come around very, very quickly, does the Dubai Creek Mile. But look, it's exciting. We'll see a couple of horses, I'm sure, stepping out tonight and you know, in the next couple of meetings, who are going to be, you know, big sort of contenders for some of these early races that people are, you know, runners are really starting to race for some really serious prize money. So onwards and upwards. The first feature race won't be too far away. It'll come around quicker than we think.
The Dubai Creek Mile in a couple of weeks' time. That's the feature race, that listed contest. And of course, someone who may not be quite as tall as you, taller than me, but can certainly match your hair, Tom Stanley, will be back for that. Who's got, I don't know, the firmer hair? Would it be you or Tom?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say that. I reckon Tom's got a great set of hair, but someone said to me and Tom look like a babushka doll. I'm just like the bigger version. He sort of fits inside me, and so forth. So now we've got to try and find the smaller version of Tom Stanley.
Oh wow, what a task that is. I'm glad I'm not involved in that babushka doll. But thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure. It's been great to be back here. Couple of weeks till you're back here, but you're going to keep yourself busy until then.
Yeah, we've got plenty of racing. Abu Dhabi tomorrow night, Al Ain on Sunday, and we've got 3 meetings a week for this entire month, and first weekend of November we've got 4. So it's jam-packed racing in the UAE. Plenty of racing for just people to sink their teeth into, and look at the crowd here tonight. Hopefully we see that transition through not only here but also at the other tracks as well. I'm sure it will, but it's just amazing to see so many people get out here tonight and really hit the ground running with the racing. The racing's delivered and the people have come to see it.
It's been a great atmosphere, so thank you very much for either being here or watching us at Meydan, the start of what promises to be a fabulous season, and it's certainly lived up to expectations. I think I'm going to borrow a phrase from the star of the night, William Pereira, to sum up what it's all been like and say, muy bueno.